Good evening, everybody. How is everybody doing tonight? My name is Derek Melinda. I am from the Knights of Last Call, and we are here at the end of all things, or just about. We got Reaper, Pillsbury, Henry, who, of course, is that sexy green adventurer with that awesome blue badge. If you're interested in being awesome like Henry, if you're interested in being strong, well then.
I am strong. Strong. Strong.
Sounds like we got some echo on the mic. I am dealing with it. All right. So, anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, Henry's really strong. Thanks for the feedback on the echo. Yep. Yeah. No, it's a problem. Whenever I unplug my camera and plug it back in, OBS thinks it's a new data source, and then it unmutes it. So then you're hearing it from both the Shure SM7B as well as from the camera microphone. So anyways, good evening, everyone. Anyways, as I was saying, we're the Knights of Last Call, and we are here. It's episode 25. And if you've been with us for a long time, you know that these things run 3 hours. Sometimes they run 4 hours. And that means that we are approaching somewhere in the neighborhood of 75 to 100 hours of doing Pathfinder 2 spell reviews. And we have level 9 and level 10 left to go. So here we are. We've made it to Mordor, we've made it to Mount Doom, and now we stand upon the cracks of doom. We only have to outstretch our hand and the world will be saved. So yeah, let's see here. Okay. Oop, there we go. Nice little sound there. Okay. Okay. Hey! We got a super chat. Where do the traditions stand now? Arcane still on top. Divine still meh, for starters. Thank you very much, Reaper Grim, for the super chat. Well, so one of the things that we're going to do in the final episode is kind of do a synopsis. We have a lot of time tonight. We only have 25 spells to get through tonight, which is literally 100 was, I think, level 1 Arcane, maybe? I don't even remember. There was so many spells. But I guess my short answer would be this. Damn it, Vin, you're always taking my thunder. All right, so self-confessed cynic in there. Short answer, as Vin was saying, yeah, Arcane is the best. There could be no doubt about it. Occult ended up being a lot better than I think we initially expected it to be. And Divine actually may have ended up being worse than I really expected it to be. And I think the real question is going to be, and maybe this is what we are really going to cover in our level 10/synopsis episode, is if we had to make a true ranking, Arcane is number 1. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Divine is number 4. I think the question is, which is number 2? Is it Primal or is it Occult? And I know that the default is going to say Primal because people, I won't lie, Electric Arc is a really great cantrip. I don't know how many cantrips you all are casting. I found that I just didn't cast them a lot. I found that, playing with Bob, who is a sorcerer, he didn't cast them a lot. And so, I think that's a big consideration, and I see that Strat's saying that Primal has heal, which is fine. But, I think part of the problem with that is, Soothe is a pretty good spell as well. Hey, super chat from Mr. Damian Williams. Divine has a lot of stuff you need, but it's boring. You see, that's where I don't know that I agree with you, Damian. I find that the Divine list is replaceable. A lot of the spells that you think that you might require or need, I find are in some of the other traditions, especially Occult. And I think the reason to go Divine is because you're forced to, because you're a cleric. I think being a cleric is still worth it for those extra heals, but I also find that it really comes down to the type of playing that you're doing. When we played Pathfinder 2nd Edition just recently here, when I was a player, that is, and I was playing a cleric, we needed heals. I was casting 1 to 2 heals every fight. Maybe not moderates, but I was casting 1 to 2 heals in our severe fights. I was definitely casting them in our extreme fights. And, you know, I felt like you needed the heal spell. But I've heard a lot of people say, not only in our own Discord, which is, by the way, tied to the Knights of Last Call Patreon, we're going for 200. It's the 28th. We got 3 days left. If you're watching this, if you've watched 25 episodes of this and you are not a member of the Patreon, what is wrong with you? Please sign up. I'd just love to hit 200. But we've talked a lot about there, and I think a lot of people said that they don't cast a lot of heal. And so, you know, I think that is something to be considered as well. So again, I think heal is good, but soothe I think is pretty good as well. And honestly, Occult has magic missile, and Primal does not. And I think I was even more impressed by magic missile by the end of the game than I was at the beginning of the game. So just, you know, huge difference here. Pillsbury, maybe Dark Archives could save Divine. I sincerely doubt that. I mean, I've been fairly unimpressed with pretty much every splat book that has come out in terms of the spells. Strat says, wait, Occult gets magic missile? It sure does, buddy. Occult gets magic missile. It's something to note. And it's pretty good. Apparently magic missile is part of the mind essence. That's correct. You know, not to go off on a complete side rant here, but you know, I thought the idea of these essences and how they overlap to create the traditions was such a cool concept, but God forbid that like they actually use it to make some sort of sensical thing. And they just didn't. So, yeah, again, I've been pretty impressed with Occult for sure. Hey, London. Thank you.
London tipped $5. Home stretch.
Yeah, buddy, home stretch. And by the way, I think, London, you can confirm in the chat, but when we first started this thing, okay, this is obviously all the tips, and you guys have been amazing. You guys have been amazing, and obviously the patrons have really enjoyed this as well. But the real reason that we are doing this, that this show is still on, is because of London. And London... basically, when we started this thing, London said, hey, like, this is cool. Don't hurt me. I've been hurt before by people who claim that they're going to go do an entire, you know, list of things.
Total Entropy tip $10. Class reviews next.
Oh, my God. Total Entropy. I think we would definitely do a class review Total Entropy. I don't know that we would do every single feat. But I could see there being a definitely talking about the rankings and definitely talking about the pros and the cons. And we've never officially done a Knights of Last Call ranking in terms of class tiers. So we've talked about it, but we've never officially done it. So I think we'll do something. And we're gonna have to do something. We're going to have to do something, Total Entropy. No, Total Entropy. It's fine. You gave me money. You can cut me off whenever you want. Look, Self-Confessed Cynic gives me money, and now I got to dress up like a damn flower here in the next month or so. So, you know, we'll work for food. We'll work for tips. But where was I going with this? Oh, yeah, so London basically said, nobody ever gets through these things. It's cool. I hope we do well, but you know, don't hurt me if you're going to do this show. You know, don't just peter out. And I remember that has stuck with me for all these many hours. You know, as we go into I don't know, probably month 6 or something of this program. So, anyways, that is why we are still here. So yeah, very impressed with the Occult spell list, long story short. You know, there's a couple of key spells that people like to point to that Occult does not get. Fireball, obviously, being one of them. You know, but as and to be clear, Fireball is very good and powerful to the level that you get it, and there's no doubt about that. Chain Lightning, very good and powerful. But if you are not strictly interested in being a blaster caster, I think the Occult spell list has a lot It's just a lot of great options for you, and I think you're going to continue to be, pretty impressed with it. All right. So, cheers to everyone. Thanks for that deluge there of tips. I think I got everybody. Let me make sure. Yes. So, that's a long way of answering Reaper Grimm's super chat, but I think I don't know. I think we're gonna. So what I'm gonna do tonight, we're gonna do our level 9 ratings, and then I am going to finalize the spreadsheet going into level 10. Regardless of what happens at level 10, to be clear, regardless of what happens at level 9, most campaigns don't get to this level. You get level 10 spells at level 19. So, you get level 9 spells at level 17. So even if your campaign does make it this far, you are only going to be playing them for, maybe half an adventure or an adventure. So I'm not as concerned about it. Honestly, whatever happened in terms of weighting, like if I was going to apply a heuristic to the spells, I would put a heavier weighting on the earlier tiers of spells, and then lower the weighting on some of the higher level spells, because it doesn't really matter what the spells are like at level 9 or 10. You're so high level, you have so little time left in the game, and quite frankly too, there's enough lower level spells that you could probably be heightening to fill these slots. It's almost like you don't even need spells actually at this level. So yeah, I think it'll be pretty cool, and we'll see where we're at. But I'm not gonna say anything yet because I have to do the math. Okay, I'm gonna have to do the math. Hey,
Henry tipped $22 gold before the first spell.
Hell yeah, Henry! Thank you very much, buddy. That's a great little win there. Look at that. Well, good night, everybody. We'll see you next time. Thank you, chat. Look at that, we didn't even have to do it. Everything gets an A, and moving on. What is tonight's goal? You know what? It was just tonight's goal. It was a celebration of you, of us, for all of us making these fun. Darth, I hope we are speedrunning these goals. That'd be great. No, you guys, look, I'm the beneficiary of this. These tips, help keep the channel supported, and they let us, buy cameras and lights and studios and try to create a cool environment. I like to be able to give my players and my friends some money for helping me out and making content and running Northern Reaches and doing all the after action reports and playing in these games and showing up on Tuesdays and stuff like that. And obviously that's all possible because of you all, and that's, incredible, and that's awesome, and that's amazing. But, I just think it's really cool how strong this community is, and you all are extremely and exceptionally generous, and you're extremely and exceptionally kind and considerate and respectful, and that I think I'm even more happy about and more impressed about than anything else. All of you who've been watching me do this for a long time know that if this ever became a problem, I would just burn it to the ground. I wouldn't even stop producing videos. I would just delete my YouTube channel rather than ever having to deal with anything drama related. I've had enough of that in my whole life. I don't need any more of it. And I think that was my number one concern going into this YouTube thing, was dealing with the toxic people. And I see it, by the way. I see it every day. I see it on Twitter. I see it on Reddit. Shadram, Shadram, I'm not deleting my YouTube channel. What I was saying is, this is not a full-time gig for me. Obviously it's been very awesome to have all that, but at the end of the day, I don't need to have this channel. And so if this channel was a source of stress and pain for me, I would rather just delete the channel and walk away. And you know, if you look around, you see that there is an extremely toxic community here. Especially when it relates to Twitter and Reddit and Facebook groups and other YouTube channels. And self-confessed cynic says, first and second mistake, going on Twitter and Reddit. I do try to avoid Twitter, I'll be honest with you, but I love Reddit. And I have seen almost, like, I would say less than 1%, maybe even less than 0.5% of that in this community. And I don't know why that is. I'm not even going to take credit for it. You all have been incredible. Both the people who have just been part of our YouTube group, but also obviously the people who are members of our Patreon. I came in fully prepared to banhammer the hell out of everybody. And I've literally never really, I had to do it once. And I don't know, I really appreciate that. I just really, really appreciate that, because if I had to deal with toxic people and toxic personalities all day, I just wouldn't, and this wouldn't exist. And instead, you have been so cool and so chill that it makes it enjoyable for me. It makes it a real community, and all of you feel like you're friends instead of people I'm having to babysit. And you know, I think that's a huge. I'm not wearing a hat, so tip of the microphone to you for being a part of this community, for helping us build this community. I mean, we're making videos, we're doing live streams, but it wouldn't be anything without you. And you know, for those of you who've decided to take the extra step and continue to financially support us over the years with patronage and tips and donations and all that, you know, you're amazing. And you know, just know that, again, you know, the Knights and I are appreciative of you. You know, we talk about you, both as a group and individually all the time. And we really think that you are a cool group of people. And we just really respect the hell out of you. So thanks a lot. And, you know, let's get into it. Let's get into it. What do we got here? I'm going on here. Here we go. We got the tier list. Oh, not the Vin tier list. We got the tier list. Okay. Henry says, cheers to the community. And I say, cheers to you, sir. Cheers to you. Oh, by the way, before we get started, let me do a quick shout out. See if anybody here. Okay, no, we haven't had anything. Sometimes people re-up their adventurer membership, our YouTube joining, and between games, and I just want to make sure that I didn't miss anybody. All right, thank you, Scratch Paper Games. And by the way, you tipped me right at the end of last Tuesday's game, and I don't know if you heard me or not, but I wanted to say thank you very much, and I appreciated the super chat. Thank you, Scratch Paper Games. And again, I love your logo. I love your icon. Nin says, thank you for being a good influence on the community. The thing about me is, I don't like, when I don't like something, I'm going to tell you why I don't like something. And if I think a spell is bad, I think a spell is bad. I'm sorry. I don't like everything. I just don't. And so, I don't know. I'm a weird mix of positivity and negativity. I could say this, despite what some people on the internet might think, I care about role-playing games. I probably care more about role-playing games than you. It is quite literally my life, and it has been for a very, very long time. So, you know, that means I'm passionate about them. It means that when something is great, I love it. And when something is not great, I'm going to tell you about it. And maybe I'll tell you how to fix it, or maybe I'll definitely tell you why it's not good. But if something's not good, I'm going to tell you, you know, it's not good. All right. Well, Pierre, if you say so, I will, coming from you. And I agree. You know, I guess it does start at the top. And I know that myself and the other knights, you know, we're all obviously have different personalities. You know, Bob is a little bit more, you know, fun-loving and kick back, and, you know, Smith's a little bit more edgy. I'm maybe a little bit more passionate. But, you know, certainly at the end of the day, I view the Knights of Last Call as, you know, we may be the people who started it, but you all are definitely, you know, the Knights of Last Call. Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Boothby. That's true, Boothby. Thank you, Henry. That's very nice of you to say. That's very nice of you to say. Bob says super fun loving. Hey, Damien, coming back with the super chats. Damien, buddy. Honestly, I think it's because we're all older than the general population, less young edgelords. Listen, I don't want to get ageist in here. I could tell you, actually, I was just looking at this number. And again, we only have 25 spells tonight, folks, so don't worry about it. We're going to get there. I was looking at my YouTube demographics. Oh, man, more super chats. Let me take a look here. Okay. So this is the people who watch our channel, right? The people who are watching our channel here, our audience. We have, well, 51% of our audience is from the United States. Welcome. But here we go. 45% are between the ages of 25 to 34. 30% are between the ages of 35 to 44. And 15% are between the ages of 45 to 54. So basically, most of our crowd are probably in their 30s to 40s, with, you know, some people maybe in their early 50s. But, you know, the number of people I have who are under 25 it's less than 6%. So yeah, we really, I mean, hey, listen, if you're young and you're here and you're listening to us and you're part of this group, like, that's awesome. But yeah, we do swing a little bit older. I mean, I myself am 39 years old, and it's probably right around where we're at. Andrew just joined the Patreon. What's up?
I am strong.
Cheers, buddy. I wish I had a Lagunitas. The Sumpen Ale. I don't know if I've had that one. I do like Lagunitas. It is a very tasty beverage, for sure. Yeah, I do like IPAs. I mean, does that make me a hipster? I don't know. It's really good. One of my favorite things about this community too is how, like, everybody fucking is like a brewmaster over here. Like, everyone's always it's always just kind of thinking here. Exactly, Chris. Like, crazy chuckus. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. Look, I think it's great. I think if you're young and you're here and you're listening and you're trying to broaden your horizons, I think that's going to make you a better player. It's going to make you a better game master. It's going to make you a better human being. And I certainly think there's a lot of great channels out there. You know, I mean, we are a little bit more academic than some of the other channels that might be a little bit more, you know, zooming in and explosions and popping. But, you know, overall, I think we're in the right spot. All right, sorry, we had a super chat here from Self-Confessed Cynic. I think honesty, real honesty, not self-centered honesty, is the bedrock of good community, and blunt honesty is definitely something we have. You know, for better or for worse, Self-Confessed Cynic is, of course, correct. You know, I say things sometimes that I understand might, I don't want to say that they hurt people's feelings, but they, you know, people have this knee-jerk reaction, which you should work to deal with, where if I don't like something that you like, then number one, you feel like I'm attacking you. Number two, you feel like that that I'm somehow making a personal attack against you, or that if I don't like something, I am saying that you shouldn't like it either, or that you're stupid for liking something. I think that's where people can get kind of hung up and tripped up a little bit in terms of the criticism and critique. You know, I'm certainly not the one to say, how you should run your game. I think that there's always ways that we can improve, there's always ways that we can be better. I think it's very arrogant to assume that the game that you are playing or that the campaign that you are running is the best that it will ever be and ever could be. So, I think Vin here is correct that just keeping an open, honest mind and open, honest lines of communication is the right way to look at it, and to try not to be, take things personally. And, listen, I've gotten into arguments with people, things have gotten hot under the collar. People have come at me on the YouTubes when I've said more controversial things than I usually do. But at the end of the day, I try to sit back and say, okay, I'm going to turn on my ears and I'm going to listen, and try to be respectful. Exactly, Lollipop. Trying to be critical, but respectful at the same time. And I think that's the important. All right. Damien is always shilling the Patreon. I love it. All I could drink now are low-cal drinks. Well, Total Entropy, I could tell you that, God, what is it called? It's one of we had it during Rise of the Rune Lords. What's the name of it? It's from the Platform Beer Company, and it's called Gym Day Shorts. And it is a citrusy, fruity IPA. And it is delicious, and it's low-cal. Here we go. There we go. That's it. Gym Day Shorts. I think it's great. I think it tastes better than some IPAs, without being too hoppy. I love hazy, citrusy IPAs nowadays. Just love them. And you can see here, it's like, what is it, like 90 calories or something? Only 3 grams of carb. No, it's 50 calories. 3 grams of carbs. So it's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. So, all right, Mr. Self-Confessed Cynic coming in again with another super chat. Oh, Dungeon World. This is good. Oh, Dungeon World update. Played it and hated it on a few fundamental levels, but liked some parts of it as well. Friends liked it, though. Oh, my God. Well, I don't want to get too off topic here, but my God, I would love to dig into this. I would love to just get... I see, the problem is, Self-Confessed Cynic, for those of you who don't know, Vin, one of our OG patrons for a very long time, Mr. Self-Confessed Cynic is in Australia. Sydney region, I believe. And so he's 14 hours ahead of me. And so it can be difficult at times to get him onto the stream. But my God, I would love to have at least like a monthly or every 2 weeks just debate with Vin, because he and I don't always agree. And I would love to, but when we agree very, hard. And when we disagree very hard. But I would love to get into why he hated it on a few fundamental levels, and then just tell him all the reasons why he's wrong. That's very true, Damien. That is very true. There we go. Mammoths in the chat. Yeah, if you're interested in why you don't have a green name or cool mammoth emojis, it's because you're not a member of our YouTube Adventurer League. But seriously, though, if you want to support us and you just want to, do it one time, drop a super chat or a tip. You can find a link to our Stream Elements tip in the description. You could do a super chat right there in the chat through YouTube. But if you really want to be part of our conversation, come check out the Patreon. We've got several tiers. I really like what we're offering now at our Knight and our Champion tier. We're starting to do PDF releases, and those are available to our Champion tiers or our Hero tier members. And our Knight tier members get access to all of our extra bonus videos, bonus streams, as well as our Northern Reaches Pathfinder 2 campaign. So, all right. Let's get into it. Too long, didn't read. You guys are awesome. Astral Labyrinth. Extinction Curse. I am convinced, as we finish up this list, that if you removed all of the homebrew spells from Extinction Curse, I think that adventure books would be like half as thick. I swear, they must have put in 4 or 5 of these damn spells right off the bat. So we already have a spell from an AP that has incapacitation, so this is not looking good, but we'll try to go with it. I do agree, Nin. It is a cool name. Okay, range is 120 feet, and the area is an 80-foot burst. I'd love to know how they come up with this stuff. I think they just pull it out of a hat. The duration is a day. Okay, well, you know. Huge area, long duration. Can't complain about that. Does have incapacitation. We connect the entire area with an invisible maze of astral energy. All right. That interferes with dimensional and mental magic. Choose a point in the area that you can see when you cast the spell. So that means you have to be staying put. Objects other than force effects, but it is only 2 actions, I guess. But I mean, then why do you need the duration of a day? Objects other than force effects and rare metals can't block this spell's area. Astral Labyrinth attempts to counteract magical mental effects targeting or including anyone other than the caster in the area, though it has no effects on mental effects that began outside of the area or before the spell was cast. In addition, any creature that tries to depart or arrive inside the location of the area by teleportation or extra-dimensional travel, including, you know they hate them, extra-dimensional spaces, must attempt a will saving throw, and summoned creatures have to attempt the save when they are summoned. If they succeed at this will save, they're stunned 1. And if they're failed, they are stunned 1. And you are mentally alerted, they are stunned 1. And you are mentally alerted that something has failed to save against the spell, and the creature arrives in the empty space closest to the point you chose instead of its intended destination. So you can, you know, zip them into a trap or zip them into a prison or something like that. And if they critically fail, they're stunned 3. And you get like a glimpse of them. But it is incapacitation. So long story short, you basically ward an area, and if anybody tries to teleport or plane shift into it, it kind of messes them up a little bit, and maybe if they fail, sort of traps them. So this is 100% a GM spell. And the fact that it's a GM spell... yeah, I think it's GMC. I don't think this is really. You know what though? It's 1 day long, 80-foot burst, and objects other than force effects can't block the spell's area, so you can cast it and it'll literally extend through walls and stuff like that. So I think that's fine. I'll give it a B. B minus. I don't think the heighten does anything, says Total Entropy. You and creatures teleported by your spells can't get a result worse than the success on the saving throw to teleport into an outer area. Oh, okay. In other words, if you try to teleport, you can't get worse than a success. Even if you fail, you get a success. Yeah, essentially lets you exclude your allies and stuff because it is incapacitation, anyways. It's okay. I'll give it a B minus because of being GM focused. Okay, our next spell is Bilocation. Oh, it's our first Dark Archive spell. Hey, one of the advantages of going late, right? I was like, I don't remember seeing this spell ever. Okay, well, it just came out. That's why. Dark Archives. Conjuration, 2 action, duration 10 minutes. So this represents the pinnacle of Paizo tech. Oh, Bob is saying I should go back and I should do all the Dark Archives separately. Fuck you, Bob. Yeah, self-confessing, I need to buy Dark Archives. People have asked me, because I did a class review on the Thaumaturge and the Psychic, the playtest versions, liked the Thaumaturge, disliked the Psychic. And to be interested to see what the final product is like. But anyways. So you exist in 2 places at once. When you cast the spell, another copy of yourself appears in an adjacent square during its duration, which is a nice 10 minutes. Whenever you act, you can choose which of yourselves do so, and whenever one of you uses a move action, you can both move. You share the same pool of hit points, and any condition or effect on one of you affects both of you. If both of yourselves are in the area of the same effect or targeted by the same multi-target effect, you are only affected once. So it kind of turns you into your own Eidolon. Even if you are reduced to 0 hit points or killed, both selves... Wait a second. Even if you are reduced to 0 hit points or killed, both selves remain until the duration expires. I guess it just means like as a dead body. Yeah, your link continues at any distance, even across planar boundaries. You can dismiss the spell, and if you do so, you choose which of your selves vanishes and which of one becomes you, allowing you to I like how they have to explain themselves, allowing you to extricate one of yourselves from a dangerous situation. So you get to double up on your moves. You could be in 2 places at once. So if you've ever played StarCraft, I think it got released in the Legacy of the StarCraft 2, by the way. There is a Protoss unit, an early game Protoss unit, which is called the, God help me, the Adept. And I had to think about it for there a second. And basically, the Adept is a Protoss unit, and it's like a melee unit, but it can like create like a ghostly image of itself, and then that you can control both of them, and then you can before the spell ends, you can either stay where you are or you can zip over to the ghostly image. This is a very cool, powerful effect, but it's level 9. Like, what are we talking about here? I don't know. Like, you're not casting any more spells. Okay, so you're taking some extra move actions. You get to double up on those. I mean, yes, I guess you could create yourself and then put your bi-located self, and that thing could go suicide something, and then it dies, but then your body doesn't. It would drops dead. I don't know. This seems cool, but underpowered for level 9. I don't know. I remember in a Pathfinder 1 campaign, I gave a magic item to Tim that would let him summon a duplicate, a dimensional duplicate of himself. And it was just a copy of himself. And he just got to do things. Yeah, this is more of a 6th or 7th level spell. I don't like this spell. I like the spell. It's level 9. So this is like one of the first times where I've really felt like this spell, like we've had spells before that we felt were a level or 2 off. Like this spell is like 3 levels off to me. This feels like something you should be doing at like level 11 or 13, not level 9. I mean, we can teleport through space and time, Andrew. We can literally summon deities and gods and kaiju. Like, flanking is not a concern here. SC Voldo back in the chat. And he says he likes the spell too. I can imagine the kind of stuff that we would do with it. No, like I completely agree with you there, SC Voldo. But I also feel like it's level 9 spell. So I expect more from this spell. So I think it's cool. I'm going to give it a C. I probably would give it a D, but like it's a very cool effect, and it doesn't have a lot of drawbacks. And if it was level 6, what would I score it? Probably like an A. If it was level 6, I think I would score it an A. So as it is, yeah. I could even see, like SC Voldo was saying here, I could even see a 7. But 6 or 7, I think 6 personally, I think would be nice. So what's interesting about this spell, by the way, is this spell is not uncommon. It's interesting. the fact that you don't really, I mean, you get to duplicate some move actions, but the fact that you're sharing the same number of hit points, and if it dies, you die, like, you know, it's got cool, fun, like, shenanigan potential, which I do love, but, you know, it's not really all that powerful. So we're going to leave it at that. All right, next up is Bind Soul. So this is a GM spell. I don't think you will ever really cast this, but Bind Soul is uncommon. It is evil. You can rip out people's guts and feed them to themselves, but we draw the line at binding souls. So the first thing that you need is a creature that died. And the second thing you need is a black sapphire with a GP value of at least target's level times 100, which at this level, that is a jokingly small amount of money. You know, if they're level 17, 18, 19, 20, you know, 2,000 gold, that's not much. But you get to wrench their soul away, and there's no save, and the target cannot be returned to life in even powerful magic such as Wish. So, I mean, this is plot device dot spell. It's not even, I mean, I guess it does what it does. It's not like it's a D or something like that, but this spell only works after the person is dead. If the GM kills you and then casts this on you and you've made it this far the high level in the campaign, he's kind of being a dick anyways. So really it's kind of more of like a plot device, like the necromancer killed the high priest and then bound his soul. They're all, you know, NPC on NPC hate. And then, you know, we can't resurrect him because he bound his soul. You must travel to the necromancer's tower and you have to defeat him and recover the black sapphire before the blah, blah, blah. You know, yeah. So, GMC. Nin, 100%. This should definitely be a ritual. The problem with it, 100%, it should just be a ritual. Like anything, all these type of effects should just be a ritual. So, 100%. But like rituals don't like grok with people's conceptualization of what D&D is. And Pathfinder 2, like they understood that rituals were like a really good idea. And the rituals that are in Pathfinder 2, by the way, are very similar in many ways to the rituals from 4th edition, which were also great and were also extremely underutilized by players and by the game system designers themselves, because they never really printed any new ones. In fact, when we were having I was on Roll for Combat stream not too long ago, and we were talking about rituals, or maybe Mark and Steven were on this channel, and we talked about rituals, and Steven said, you know what, I got to be honest with you, I've been playing Pathfinder 2 for 3 years. I don't think my players have ever used a ritual. So, and I don't think a ritual ever got used by the Knights of Last Call in their Rise of the Rune Lords. So yeah, I mean, some people they sleep on it. It's just not part of the way that we think about D20 fantasy, which is interesting. Boothby. Okay. Thank you. Well, your question. There you go. It was a good question, actually. Luke, welcome back, buddy. We're only a couple spells in. So first thing, I want to say something, about Crusade. I'm surprised to see this spell in Pathfinder 2. Here's why. Magic the Gathering, which is owned by Wizards of the Coast, banned spells like Crusade from the game because of the overt religious and potentially problematic connotation with the word crusade, along with jihad. So it's kind of surprising that they would use this spell as a name, when other companies like Wizards of the Coast, decided that name was a little bit problematic and inappropriate. All right, well, but here we got it. Crusade is our spell. Oh, God. It's not too bad. Maybe it is. I'm going to talk about this after I'm going to read the spell description. I'm going to talk about why I don't like this spell, but it's 2 actions, 60 feet, up to 4 creatures, duration 10 minutes. You issue a divine mandate or proclaim a cause to the target. It could be to obtain an item, claim a patch of land, slay a creature, war with a group, or be entirely peaceful. Your cause can't force the targets to harm another or themselves. They become completely dedicated to that cause depending on their levels. They choose their own actions, but they favor action over inaction. And if they're 13th level or lower, they will pursue it to the death. If they are 14th level exactly, it ends if they are at half hit points. And if they're 15th level, as 14th level, but they can make a will save at the end of each of their turns to end the spell. The spell ends for all creatures if you or one of your allies uses a hostile action against the targets. So here's my complaint. I, Derek, am not a religious person, but in the world of Pathfinder 2, so long story short, there are a lot of spells in Pathfinder 2 where the religious spells, the divine spells, are essentially this kind of like knock it. I think it's kind of like a knock at religion, because they're kind of like it's mind control. You're forcing them to do something, but like a lot. We've seen this effect numerous times. There was one called like zealous something or other like that, where you are essentially, it's a spell, it's a mind control, it's a mental enchantment. And you're basically like forcing them to be a zealot, forcing them to be faithful, because that's how religion works. It magically coerces people into being faithful. The problem with this is in Pathfinder 2, like, I mean, faith in the real world is a complicated subject, but in Pathfinder 2, it shouldn't be. The gods are very much real. They are walking, talking. Clerics are casting spells. Miracles are happening every day. They're literally channeling energy from beyond. So, like, applying sort of these weird stereotypes to people is strange. And this spell is horrible. I don't like it. I don't think it makes any sense, both thematically. I don't think you would ever use this spell strategically. You're 17th level. Who cares if you're targeting 4 people for 10 minutes? If they're 13th level or lower, like, dedicated to a cause like war for 10 minutes. Yeah. To attain an item, to claim a patch of land, to go to war with a group, to be peaceful for 10 minutes. What the fuck are we talking about? This spell is horrible. F. And GMF. All right. The spell is very bad, and it's a waste of space and horrible. Okay, moving on. So Disjunction is next. Mordenkainen's Disjunction, but with the serial numbers filed off. And of course, we also know that historically, Mordenkainen's Disjunction was a pretty problematic spell for a lot of reasons. One of which, of course, was destroying everyone's magical items. But also just at the table, it played horribly because it took forever to deal with and blah, blah, blah. But it is uncommon. 120 feet, target 1 magical item. Not that too many NPCs. Oh my god. All right, sorry. We got a super chat during my rant. Okay, there we go. Psychic has 2 spells at every level. Hashtag poor Magus. You know, the Magus and the Summoner really are just showing the problematic design that they have. I mean, the fact that the Psychic has 2 spells at every level and they get their super cantrips, it's like, boy, something's telling me that the Magus is probably in need of some tune-up. My recommendation to anyone watching is, if you are playing the Magus, just get 2 spells every level. I promise you it will not break your game. I was right about the Magus from the start. Yes, exactly. No, Spell Strike isn't kind of brutal. Spell Strike is how the class functions. And like, you're locked into using limited amount of resources. You're definitely way worse off if you're not spell striking. And then you have to burn actions doing questionably kind of pointless and useless actions with having to, quote unquote, reload your spell strike. So you're burning a lot of actions just to be able to do it. I mean, it feels impressive because of like how much damage you're doing, but you know. Strat, I won't disagree with that. Personally, I think PF2 should have completely thrown out the spell system and gone with an entirely different spellcasting system in its entirety, looking something more similar to what we see with focus spells or what we're seeing out of the psychic, and just gotten rid of daily resources entirely. Because the game system no longer operates on anything resembling that spectrum of play. The adventure design, the players that they are trying to go after, this idea of the grindy, simulationist, dungeon slog, overworld, hit points dwindling type of game is just not a thing. It's just not a thing in Pathfinder 2. And I think the game does a poor job at simulating it. I think the game does a poor job at with mechanics to enforce it. So Vancian magic is a relic of the past. It has its places in your sort of traditional tabletop role-playing game, Gygax, murder hobos, scoundrels with, barely 2 silver pieces to rub together. Your life is cheap and you're going into a dungeon with a flickering torch and a battered shield and a rusty blade, and you're going to either die, a poor man or come out a hero. Okay, then Vancian magic is cool. I think it can fit that tone. But outside of that, like when you have a game, the moment your game has something like a feat like Cloud Leap, or your Vancian spells are things like, Thunder Shock Wave and Horizon Thundersphere, and the moment that your character is, dimensionally leaping through areas to charge people, via extraplanar dimension hopping, we're so far removed from the 1970s version of D&D that I don't think any mechanics really need to survive from that time period. So, well, Lug, not to get off on a topic here, but the problem with a Magus is, you played it from 1st to 6th level, it runs fine, burst damage was nuts sometimes, blah, blah, blah. But like, the problem with a Magus is if you're going to be doing 1 or maybe 2 combat encounters per day, then the Magus is a very different class than if you're doing 4 or 6 or 8 combat encounters a day. The game doesn't provide any sort of reasoning or rationale to suggest that you should do one or the other, and who knows how the adventures themselves are paced. God knows the hit points are essentially an infinite resource, so it's tricky. All right, Disjunction. It's dispel magic for a magic item. You attempt to counteract it. If you succeed, it's deactivated for a week. On a critical success, it is destroyed, aka dick move. If it's an artifact, you fail. I don't know. The problem with this is you're high level. The fighter has a +3. Let's say that the fighter has a +2 or something like that, greater striking sword. I think that's like level 15 or something like that. Item. And the mage casts Disjunction on it. They succeed even if they fail. And now the fighter has a +0 sword with no striking runes on it, which essentially means that they can't really attack and they can't really do damage. Self-confessed cynic. The design for Magus also makes it a one-trick pony. I agree. It also highly promotes you to use your spell slots just to do the spell strike thing. Can we really dock a spell for the way a dick player may use it? Yeah, absolutely, Pillsbury. Of course we can. Yeah, I agree. Self-confessed cynic. It also kind of locks them into that. GM S tier. Kill the campaign by fucking over the PCs. I've talked about this before. That is the self-confessed cynic definition of GM. I personally feel like GM spells are more about like, does this work well as a GM tool in order to help the enemies or help the NPCs do kind of story or narrative things that a GM would need them to do. I don't understand what the point of this is. Players aren't going to use it against NPCs. And even if you do and you succeed, like, it's for a week, doesn't really make a difference. If you cast it on the players, you know, I don't know. I just don't think the spell is very good. I agree. Nin is right. The spell is narratively cool to be able to do, but it's not a thing you'd want to do. The idea that this spell is... yeah, I just don't like the spell, personally. Like, is there even a way to tell what items or what on a player are magical and what they do, and like, or on an enemy? Luke says, turn off a weapon and the fighter just pulls out a second one. You got to be crazy just to carry one magic item at high level. Right, but like, number one, I mean, how good is your second magic item going to be? It's probably going to be significantly less. I don't know. Players would use this against the BBEG's staff and probably fail the counteract check. Exactly. Precisely. Exactly. So, like, counteract really makes this... The thing about a spell like this is spell is really good against lower level people. So when is that going to come up? Well, if the players are fighting a bunch of lower level monsters or NPCs, in which case you probably don't want to do this. It's just not worth your time. The magical item isn't going to be that powerful. They're already less of a threat to you. So who would use this? Where would you have one or two powerful people using a spell against lower level people? That would be higher level villains using it against the PCs. And so now your PCs come to it. They come to this cool fight, the big fight against the evil wizard, the high priest, the high druid. I'm looking at the traditions here. And you know what's really cool? Like, when the players get to that really cool, awesome fight in your campaign, when the fighter has his prized, really like sword that he loves so much, and you know it's a big part of his character. Guess what? I love starting off the fight, this really cool epic fight where you go, hey, guess what? You know that cool sword that you have that's really a big part of your character? You don't get to use that anymore. Where you're gonna have to play through this fight, I guess, with that +1 mace that you had jammed into your backpack since level 4 because you forgot to sell it, and it's just been sitting there for the whole time. And I just think it just leaves a really bad taste in everyone's mouth. Not to mention, of the least of which, it's just not easy to deal with. You start removing people's items and your armor, and you gotta. I don't like it. I'm gonna say it is a GMC and a player D. So, all right. You certainly do know that. You certainly do know the feeling, SC Voldo, for sure. For sure. Oh, you got an ad for a Star Trek game when you came in? That's awesome. Also, how are you not YouTube Premium, Lance? That's craziness. Yes, that's a good point. If the PCs did succeed, would you take that out of the loot? All right, here we go. Divinity leech. Punish someone for using the worst spell tradition. Got it. All right. It's rare enchantment, and it comes from Arcane and Occult. Hey, Pillsbury.
Pillsbury tipped $15. I'm a head out, but here's $15 to use the lavender theme on AO and for a spell. Have fun.
Thank you. Oh, goodness. We got a bunch of people who just re-upped their sponsorship. There we go. We got some people coming in. Maddie, Bob, Brian. There we go. Thank you, by the way, Pillsbury. Thank you so much. Yeah, we just got we just had a couple re-ups there from our adventurer. Matty Ice has renewed their adventure membership for 2 months, 2-month streak. Bob and Brian have both reached a 4-month streak. So how many YouTube adventurers do we have now? I want to say it's 14, maybe 15, self-confessed cynic. So anyways, but I guess Matty Ice, sorry, Pillsbury, thank you for the tip. Hopefully you catch us on the VOD. Steven, welcome, sir. All right, Divinity Leech. It's from Agents of Edgewash Adventure Patch, which is actually an adventure path that I have not read at all. It is rare, though, so they don't want you to really be using it. It's arcane and occult, 2 actions. We're level 9, people. 30 foot, 1 creature. Come on, and it's sustained. You disrupt the connection between a divine caster and their deity, blocking their use of divine power. If the target fails its save, it becomes fatigued. For the spell's duration, whenever the target casts a divine spell, you regain 6d6 hit points, and the target must attempt another will save with the following effects. If they fail the will save, the spell is lost and they are stunned. Oh, boy, they cannot. Oh, they just can't. Oh, man, they just can't do it, can they? Oh, man. That, oh, boy, what are we doing here? I don't know why this is so funny to me. Oh, boy. This spell shits on people who are divine casters, I guess. Boy. It is interesting. No, because, it's interesting here. Does not having a deity make you immune? I don't know, because the flavor text, again, this is one of those situations where, is this flavor text or is this not flavor text? The flavor text does say it severs you between you and your deity, but the spell says it's just whenever you cast a spell. By the way, I like how even if the target succeeds at their will save, the person who's having their divinity leeched, then when they cast their divine spell, if it would have an outcome, it becomes worse. Oh my gosh, this is so horrible. That is true, self-confessed cynic. This has no place in a PC's repertoire. You're never gonna be able to casting this. This is more of a GM spell, and I don't even think it's particularly fun, but we're gonna put it at GMC. Yeah, Luke, I'll buy that. GMC player D. You're never gonna cast this. I mean, if you do, I guess it could be pretty powerful. Because it just hardcore counters divine casters, doesn't have incapacitation. It has an effect even on save. Yeah, I mean, but come on. it's just hilarious how much they shit on divine people in this. It's like so weird. And I mean, this is so much in like the Paizo like wheelhouse, where like they love occult and they love like weird occult traditions and strange hematic circles and, oh, look at this strange Ouija board spell. And like they hate religion and they hate gods. And I mean, heck, the whole theme of the Paizo Golarion is the god that was like the most like the Christian god or the Muslim god is dead. It's very strange. Yeah, I completely agree, SC Volta. Definitely for a GM, yeah, for high level boss fights, and you could try to, I don't know, prevent the cleric from healing or something like that. But Oh, Kevin, I completely agree with you. I kind of talked about this. I said most of the time NPCs don't actually have magical items listed in their stat blocks, so you don't even necessarily know. Their attack bonus is calculated via the GMG page and by their level. It's not actually figured out like you would in Pathfinder 1, where like the NPC has a base attack bonus and a strength bonus and an attack and an item bonus. Like we don't figure that out. All right. All right. Foresight is our next spell. This spell is okay. All right. It's every tradition but primal. It has the prediction trait, divination, and mental. You have to touch someone and it lasts an hour. You gain a sixth sense that warns you of danger that might befall the target of the spell. If you choose a creature other than yourself, you have a psychic link through which you can inform the target of danger. This link is a mental effect. And due to the amazing amount of information that this requires you to process, you can't have more than one of these active at a time. Casting it again ends it. While as an effect, the target gains a +2 status bonus to initiative rolls, which might sound like a lot, but heroism does the same thing. And it isn't flat-footed against undetected creatures or when flanked. Okay, that's something. In addition, you, the caster, gain the following reaction. Foresight. Reaction. Trigger. The target of the Foresight defends against a hostile creature or other danger. Effect. If the hostile creature or danger forces the target to roll dice, a saving throw, for example, the target rolls twice and uses the higher result, and the spell gains the fortune trait. But if the hostile creature or danger is rolling against the target, then that hostile creature or danger rolls twice and uses. So basically, disadvantage. You get disadvantage. And I believe this spell does not end at the end of the turn, or when you use the reaction. And for that reason, the spell is, I think, incredibly powerful. It gives a good reaction to casters, who I think, generally speaking, do not have as many reactions as some of our martial characters. Not being able to fast-foot is pretty good. It's 1 hour, and the fact that basically each turn you get to they get to the target, which could be you, by the way, or it could be an ally like the cleric or maybe the rogue. The fact that they get to roll saving throws twice, and the fact that they get to basically have the enemy roll with disadvantage, I think for the cost of a reaction, I think is really, really strong. Luke says, I'll go with B. For advantage, disadvantage, doesn't end, it's not sustained, and you get a reaction. Disadvantage is very strong. I think this spell is incredible, and the duration of an hour is very, very good. The fact that it's 1 hour, any creature, including yourself or a target, you get this unlimited distance link. You just randomly get this. You can't be the target can't be flat-footed against undetected creatures, by the way, or when flanked. By the way, this implies that you could be flat-footed against hidden creatures, but not undetected creatures. I mean, I'm rules lawyering there, but yeah. I think this spell is an S. So I see a lot of things. So Steven says it is an S. Self-confessed cynic says it's an A. And while disappeared is an S. So I think Boothby says S. Strat says S. I think this is an S tier spell as well. I am going to say S minus. S minus. I definitely don't think it's better than S. I definitely don't think it's better than S. But I think you're going to get a lot of mileage out of this spell. And I think if you can have multiple people who have access to this spell, you're going to have a fun time. For sure. All right. Good spell. All right. Implosion. Implosion was a pretty fun spell. In PF1 was the... Here's the best part. What was Implosion known for mostly in Pathfinder 1? It was known for oh man, I love it. what was it mostly known for? It was known for being the awesome cleric spell for blowing people up. And look, I mean, here, look. Here we go. Look at this. This was Implosion in Pathfinder 1. It's cleric and oracle, level 9. Look at it in Pathfinder 2. It's not even divine. Oh, God. Oh, man. They really just hate it, don't they? They really just hate it. Oh, man. That is so funny. We had a lot of clerics in 3rd edition / Pathfinder 1. A lot of high-level clerics. And Implosion was a great spell, you know? You could just keep that bad boy concentrated and just keep blowing people up. It was awesome. They definitely, Voldo, they definitely hate divine characters. So anyways, yeah, I mean, look at this spell in Pathfinder 1 was literally only clerics. And here we in Pathfinder 2, it is not only is it not divine, it's arcane and primal. So it just doesn't even make any sense. So what do we get? Well, it's a joke of a range, 30 feet. Like, I cannot begin to stress upon you how much of a... This is just not even... This shouldn't even be a thing anymore, by the way. We got a super chat from Self-Confessed Cynic. Foresight might be the first high-level wand worth the price. Foresight and like 1 to 2 others like 9th level magic missile. Oh, interesting. I mean, I could see yourself casting it every day. I could see yourself casting it multiple times a day. I guess the question is, how long is your typical adventuring day? You know, 1 hour is probably enough time to get in at least 2 or 3 encounters, right? Maybe 4 encounters. So would you ever really need more than 1 foresight per day? Maybe not. All right. I'll buy. I like the case for it. It's expensive as all hell, but at your high level, you're a wizard. What the hell else are you spending your money on? I'll buy it. I think it's good. Yeah. So here's the thing, Savol, right? What was the range in Pathfinder 1? Well, you can see that it was also close range. But close range in Pathfinder 1, like in 3rd edition, was 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. So if you were level 18, say, then this spell would have an additional 25 feet plus an additional, yeah, you guessed it, 45 feet added to it. So that meant you were going to have a total range of like 70 feet, not 30 feet. So... And that's a big difference. The difference between 30 feet and 70 feet is a big difference. And yeah, I mean, I guess that they, really just want people to cast reach spell every time. And then that means that casters just never get to move, I guess. I don't know. All right. Well, what do we get for this? Question. Super chat from Self-Confessed Cynic. What's with the typeless damage? That's true. It's just physical. It's not even physical damage, but it can only target a corporeal creature. So it's just being crushed in on yourself. I mean, that's at least something. It's not death damage, Anthony, because look, it doesn't have the death trait. It's just evocation. Disintegrate is typeless too. It's just literal physical reality fading. All right, so what do we get with this? We get, they make a basic fortitude save. And it's 75 damage. The first time each round that you sustain the spell, you must choose a new target to be subject to the same effect. The same creature can never be targeted more than once with a single casting of the spell. So a couple things to note. Number 1, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. You can cast this spell, 2 actions. You choose a target, 30 feet. That creature takes 75 damage with a basic fortitude save. That means they're taking 0, 75, 35, 37, or they're taking 150. Not bad. Then, with your third action, you could sustain the spell. And that means that in the first round of casting it, if you use 3 actions, I believe you could target another creature in the same round. So that's not bad. But remember, you can only target one creature per casting of the spell. And you also can't affect more than one creature per turn with Implosion. Womp, 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 womp. So yes, you can sustain, but you can never target more than one creature. Okay. You can't target a creature that's incorporeal, gaseous, or liquid, right? You can only think. So here's the thing. 75 damage. So total entropy is saying F tier. The problem is... No, Pierre. You can't. It says it's only the first time each round that you sustain it that you can do damage to somebody. So obviously, this spell is horrible against, a single target. Or even two targets. What is this spell really great at? This spell is really great here. Let me pull up the Pathfinder 2 GMG creature creation. All right. So what we want to do here is, let me find the hit points. Here we go. All right. So what we're looking at here, these are moderate hit points. So we're level 17. So like if we were fighting 4 level 15 monsters, right? Or like 5 or 6 level 13 monsters, they are going to critically fail this save, and they're going to take 150. And that's more than half their life on a pop. And, we're fighting 4 of them, or 5 of them, or 6 of them. The problem with this spell is you're sustaining this. You could just be casting Chain Lightning, or Fireball, or Cone of Cold. Now, I guess part of the problem is, that, you could do this and then just sustain it once around and keep that damage going, right? So then you cast this spell in the first round, and then the second round you cast Chain Lightning and you sustain your Implosion. Which is exactly what, so I use Implosion and Chain Lightning, right? Exactly. It's just if you literally don't want to do anything but infinite just damage over and over and over and over again. Derek would love the spell because it does static damage. That is 100% true, not a drummer. I would love this spell. I would give this spell an S+ tier if it just did 100 damage, because then it would be so beautiful. 100, it would be 0, 50, 100, 200, and it would just be beautiful. It would just be beautiful. It would just be beautiful. Personally, I think you should just allow people to multi-sustain this spell. Just the idea of someone just, you're high level, you're 9th level, let your players be cool. Just going, 3 targets, 75, 150, 75 or 150, 75 or 150. God, that would be sweet. But without that, I think the spell's just okay. I'm going to give it a C tier. Steven is correct. I love it. Yeah. Here's what I would do. I would let you sustain it multiple times per round. I would let you sustain it multiple times per round against different targets. You can never target the same creature more than once in a single round, and I would let you target the same creature over and over and over again with the same casting of the spell. So that's what I would do to this spell. And I would make the range 60 feet. And I would leave everything else. And I would make it do 100 damage. So that's what... So you do 100 damage. You could sustain it multiple times per round. You could never target... You could target the same creature multiple times with the spell, but never more than once in the same round. And I would have it do 100 damage. And yeah, that's what I would do with the spell. And I think that spell would be sweet. And you would feel like... Oh, and I would let Divine Casters... I would get rid of Primal. I would make this spell Arcane and Divine. because Arcane gets everything good anyway. So yeah, it would be a heck of a spell, Nin. It would be like, I don't know, the 9th level spells of a game that you've been playing for months or years, and you want to just kick ass and take names. Yeah, it would be an awesome heck of a spell. Implosion should be more powerful. Causing a creature to collapse inward on itself should be more powerful than a frightful, a greater fear, critical hit yo-yo. But it's not. So that's where we're at. All right. That's true, self-confessed cynic. That's pretty noticeably bad. Even by Pathfinder 2 standards, that's pretty bad. All right, next is the Linworm Sting. These have always been bad. I'm not going to like it. But it's from Agents of Edgewatch. You replicate the venom. You do 2d12. It's a touch spell, 2 actions. These sting spells just aren't ever good. 2d12. They make a fort save. If they succeed, they take 8d6 fire damage, which, whatever. If they fail, they are affected with the Linworm Venom. At least it doesn't have incapacitation this time. They get 8d6 and drained 1. Yeah, this spell is just, it's a D. I'm not impressed. I'm not even impressed for a Magus, by the way. You're not, it's 9th level. Come on. Massacre is next. Now, look, this spell got it right. Look at this. This spell figured it out. Boom. 100 damage. That's sweet. I already like this spell just because it did it. All right. Well, you got a 60-foot line, which, yeah, I think that's generous. I think that works. I can dig with a 60-foot line. By the way, it has death, necromancy, negative. You unleash a wave of necromantic energy. Every living creature of 17th level or lower in the thing must make a fort save. By the way, it's like pseudo incapacitation. If a creature is 18th level, they don't even have to make a save. Sort of. If the damage from Massacre reduces a creature's 0 hit points, that creature dies instantly. They don't have to put that in there because it has the death trait. And as we all know, the death trait says if it kills you to 0 hit points, you're killed outright. So I don't know why they put that in there, but they did. If Massacre, though, doesn't kill even a single creature, the negative energy violently explodes back towards you, dealing an additional 30 negative energy damage to every creature in the line, even those above 17th level, and then 30 negative damage to you, which is actually pretty kind of sweet, too. And they make a save. And if they fail, they take 100 damage. And if they critically fail, they die. That's awesome. That's what an instant death spell should be. It should not have incapacitation. Critical fail, they die. It doesn't happen that often anyways. If they fail, they take 100 damage on an AoE. If they succeed, they take 96 negative damage. Why are we rolling? Why isn't it just 50? And yeah, it's a 60-foot line. If nothing dies, they're taking 100 or 130 damage, or 96 plus 30. I think this spell is pretty awesome. Obviously, it's going to be of limited use against creatures that are higher level than you. Almost essentially useless. So it's only useful for people against lower level. But that doesn't, just because you're 17th level doesn't mean you're not fighting things that are level 15 or level 14. Obviously, it's a really cool GM spell. It's just cast on lower level party members. I think this spell's great. Again, Massacre, death, snuff out the life force. It is not evil, though, so. I don't know. I think this spell is great. Vin, why do you think this is a better GM spell than a player spell? I disagree very much. I mean, I guess, Kevin, that depends on how you feel about save or suck spells. Oh, Edril used it to almost TPKS. I got you. It's a respect. I think Amber has the correct read on it. That's exactly where I was going to put it. I think this is a solidly B tier spell. I think this is a fun spell. You know, when my players were to get this high level in Pathfinder 2, I think you're going to be casting, you know, I think you want to look for opportunities where you throw 6. And I know the APs don't do this, and they really should. I think you want to throw the encounter where you have 6 or 8 monsters that are level, you know, you're level 17. So throw 8 level 14 monsters or level, you know, 13 monsters at the party, and watch the high level necromancer or wizard massacre, and 3 or 4 of them, you know, get hit with this line, and, you know, 2 of them fail and take 100, and 2 of them critically fail, and there's, you know, they just die instantaneously as their souls are just ripped out of their body. You know, like, that's going to make you feel awesome. And I think it's going to make you feel powerful. I don't necessarily think that the spell is better for the GM than for the player. I think it's the same effect as all. I would say C because the 17th level. Yeah, but like, that's no different than maybe the spell would be A. Then they're just going to cast. You're just going to fail, you know? That doesn't make a difference if it's 17th level or not a restrictive. I think it's fine. And yeah, it's much better than Implosion. So I think the only reason it's not higher level, Anthony, to me, it's like an A, but because it has this pseudo form of incap, I'm kind of penalizing it to B. I'm treating it like incap, so I think it would be an A. So I think it's fine. All right. Well, here's one of the old classics, one of the old standbys. Meteor Swarm. Recently nerfed, actually, in a, I think at a rules update. Arcane and Primal, Evocation, Fire. 500-foot range. 4 40-foot bursts. So, chain lightning, but with less control. You call down 4 meteors that explode in a fiery blast. Each meteor deals 6d10 bludgeoning damage, which is fine. Not many things can. A lot of things don't have resistance to physical damage types, and if they do, it's usually fairly small. To any creature in the 10-foot burst at the center of the area of burst before it explodes, dealing an additional 14d6 damage to any creatures in its 40-foot burst. The meteor's central 10-foot burst cannot overlap, and a creature attempts only one saving throw against the spell, no matter how many overlapping explosions it's caught in, and they can only take each type of damage once, and the saving throw applies to bludgeoning or fire damage. Yes, the classic, if they can't hit me, what's the range? It's 500 feet, Anthony. This spell, let's pull up our... Pull up our calculator here. All right. So we're casting 9th level magic. So that means that we have gained 6 increments of, if we were casting a 9th level fireball, we would be doing 18d6 with our fireball. So just our fireball would be doing 63 damage. Let's just say 65 for the sake of rounding up. So that's 65. This is doing 82. It's more damage. So I don't know. Make sure I did that right. 33. It's roughly 26% more damage than Fireball. I don't know. C. Do we care? Not really that much more damage. It's just damage, right? You're dropping meteors. You're calling down meteors. Don't we want this to be something awesome? Now, I know what you might be saying. You might be saying, but Derek, in Pathfinder 1, Meteor Swarm just did fire damage. That is true. But this is Pathfinder 2. This is Pathfinder 2, where like Cloud Jump and Wall Run are just skill feats, right? Where we have characters like maguses and gunslingers and it's eidolons and summoners, right? Like, don't we want things that are bigger and better for us? Like, to me, this should just devastate something. Just devastate something. Nin, what would you make it do? I don't know. 30d6 damage, knock them prone, send them sailing away at least like 30, 40, 50 feet, maybe slam them into a building and then they collapse. I don't know. I would make it like, I don't know, like a meteor dropped on them. That's what I would make it do, okay? I would make this spell cataclysmically powerful. That's what I would do. Total entropy, I'm granting it a C because I don't think it's that much more. I don't think it's particularly. It just does damage, and we have so many other spells that do damage. Fireball, Cone of Cold, Chain Lightning. That it's just doing that at a higher. We could just heighten those spells to this level, and it's just not really doing anything new that it wasn't already doing before. The issue is that your enemies are superheroes too at this level. Blue, that's a great point, but I want to bring up two important things. Number one, the heroes, the PCs, they are the protagonists. They are the protagonists. Number two, okay, cool. And you know what would happen to an ordinary human being that was struck by a meteor? Yes, they would be dead completely. And when the high-level monster is hit by a meteor swarm and it explodes and they take a ton of damage and they get hurled backwards and there's a smoldering crater and they get slammed through a stone wall and collapse prone, they, instead of being instantly gibbed,
$10.
they're just hurt.
All this way, though all this trash, and yet you still persist. Why resist the inevitable? Give in to despair. Lay down and rest, let the bleakness overtake you. You don't need to suffer anymore. Surrender to oblivion.
Thank you, Jason B. We're fighting for Frodo's life here. Just cast it into the fire. Just let it go. Thank you, Jason B. We have come this far. I'm gonna go with C on Meteor Swarm. I just don't think this spell is doing anything that I really am impressed by. I really don't. The area of the spell is unique, sure, but Chain Lightning could kind of do the same thing, and I mean, yeah. Tell me you worship Grodius without telling you worship Grodius. I just think we're 9th level spells. I think we should be doing better than this. You know, Implosion and Meteor Swarm just do damage. Like, let's do something awesome, right? This is supposed to be a reward for getting to the very heights of power of this game. I'm not saying these are bad spells. You know, you should take them, but you know, they're just. You know, they're kind of, they're just disappointing. That's all. Actually, Shadram, what would be really cool would be like, if you like imploded a target, the first time you cast it, they took like 50 damage. And then if the second round, if you could maintain the range and you could sustain it on them again, then they would take like 100 damage. And then if you could sustain it again, and in the third action, you sustain it and it's the same target, then it does like 200 damage, right? Like it just keeps doubling each round. So it's like 50, 100, or like 200 damage. You know, you just crushing them into oblivion. That would make me much, much cooler. Ninth level is so disappointing. Well, you know, the thing about it, Steven, is at least you can heighten so many spells to this point. As I was saying before, you almost don't even need 9th level spells. You have so many spells that you want to heighten anyways. All right. Nature's Enmity. Primal only. 120 feet, range, area, 5. Okay. 120 foot range, 500 foot burst. This is not a typo. 10 minutes. Target up to 5 creatures. Okay. Animals and plants turn against the targets. Each target suffers from the following effects. Vegetation springs up from every surface. They get a -10 circumstance penalty anytime it's adjacent to the plants. So does it make plants attack you, or does it actually literally create vegetation to attack you? Aggressive animals. Aggressive animals attack unpredictably. At the start of each of its turn, each target rolls a flat DC 8 check. On a failure, it's attacked by a swarming creatures that deal 2d10 damage. These are like pseudo creatures because they don't actually exist. Like, what if I'm like, I don't know, in the vacuum of space and I cast this spell? I get to make a basic reflex save, and it is flat-footed for 1 round on any outcome other than a critical success. I lose my connection to nature or natural creatures. I have to succeed at a DC 5. By the way, when you get severed from divine, you're just severed, full out. When you get severed from primal, you get to make a DC 5 flat check. And for any animal or plant creatures that become hostile to it, even when one with a strong bond, such as an animal companion. Generally speaking, I don't like this spell. 2d10 damage is a joke. That they have a 60% chance of avoiding. -10 circumstance when they're adjacent to plants is a joke. Alia says we're level 9 and we're using attack squirrels. What the hell? I agree. I don't like this spell. F. All right. I like Strat's thing. No save, flat checks. Was this just like a were they beta testing a different magic system? Can we pad these spells under Meteor Swarm to bump up its rank? If there's too many F's and D's, it just pushes the C's up a little bit. Darth said the same thing. That's great. I love that you all are on the same wavelength with all these things. One with the land. Another primal only spell. You merge with an adjacent natural feature, large enough volume to fit you and your worn and held position, such as the ground or a tree. You're invisible. Oh, your merged form is visible within the feature, and you can be targeted and attacked normally, although you do have cover, and you can use it to hide or take cover within the feature. So, what does that even mean? I merge into a tree, but my form is visible within the tree. In other words, it's like the tree has got like a thumbs up of like Derek the Druid, just being like, what's up? I'm in this tree. But I can hide, and I can take cover. Huh? All right, anyways, that doesn't even make sense. You can cast spells while in the feature as long as they don't require a line of effect beyond the feature. So you can cast spells, but basically they don't work unless they're targeting you. You immediately become aware of the surrounding terrain features, and you gain Tremor Sense as an imprecise sense with a range of 200 feet. You can make terrain vengeance strikes. What is this language? You can make terrain vengeance strikes by commanding plants, rocks, and other natural features to attack foes. These are melee strikes that use your spell attack roll. Can target any creature within 60 feet of you and deal 5d12 bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage. You choose the damage type each time you make a different slice. So it's one attack using your melee strike, using your spell attack roll, it does 5d12. By spending a single action, which has the concentrate trait, you can increase or decrease the environmental temperature, changing it to either 1 step warmer or 1 step colder. And as a 2 action, you can create or remove difficult terrain caused by natural feature and with a 20-foot burst within 200 feet. And then they all end at the end of 1 minute. Wow. What is going on with these spells? Vengeance Strike. Exactly. I don't know why that just strikes out to me so much as like Terrain Vengeance Strike. Terrain Vengeance Strike totally sounds like a 4th edition attack power, by the way. Totally sounds like a 4th edition spell. Self-confessed cynic, what is even happening with these spells? I don't even understand. This is so weird. Yeah, I don't even know what this spell is. Damien says that's a lot of cool shit for a C-level spell. I don't know. This spell is really strange. Yeah, Tremor Sense imprecise though, Darth. Tremor Sense imprecise. The problem here is you don't have line of effect to anything. So you can't cast spells against your party members, and you can't cast spells against the enemies. So while you are merged in the ground, you have Tremor Sense, but the only thing you're really going to be doing is making terrain vengeance strikes, which are just really shitty strikes because they don't benefit from, it's a spell attack roll. No, I mean, Henry, this is from core rulebook. Sorry, people. This is a D. One with the land? Yeah. More like one with Paizo, am I right? All right. All right. Overwhelming presence, and it's got all the traits, people. All the traits. Auditory, enchantment. Auditory, enchantment, incapacitation, mental, visual. All right, overwhelming presence. You surround yourself. Okay, 2 actions, divine and occult. Interesting. Okay, you surround 2 actions, 40-foot burst, any number of creatures, duration until full tribute is paid. You surround yourself with supernatural splendor, appearing to be a god or similar magic being. Notice a theme here. Guess what it is again? It's this like fake religion thing. That all these spells are just trying to basically be like religion is hokum. But in a world where we know that gods are real, it doesn't even make sense. So many of these high-level divine spells are just mind control spells. It's really weird. You surround yourself with supernatural splendor, appearing to be a god or similar majestic being. You choose the aspects of your new majestic appearance. Isn't that nice of them? This causes the targets to pay tribute to you by bowing or using some other action in keeping with your appearance. Weirdly stated. The number of times a target must do this depends on the result of their will save. If they critically succeed, they do not have to pay tribute at all. If they succeed, they have to pay tribute twice, which means they basically have to burn 2 actions. If they fail, they have to pay tribute 6 times, which means they have to burn 6 actions. And as a failure, the target must spend all of its actions paying tribute if possible. Paying tribute is a manipulate action or move action. It's chosen by the creature paying tribute. A creature under this effect must pay tribute to you at least once on each of its turns if possible. While affected by this spell, a creature is fascinated by you and cannot use hostile actions against you. The target is then immune for 1 minute. No, Anthony, stun would be better. So, yeah, but it's got incapacitation, self-confessed, I think. Right. The difference here is that instead of now the part of the problem is it says paying tribute is a manipulate action or move action as chosen by the creature paying tribute. So what does that mean? Could like a move action paying tribute be moving away from you? I mean, it is a large burst. You could target all the creatures. But, I mean, again, self-confessed cynic. How often are you targeting more than 10 creatures? Slow, heightened 6, targets 10 people. Yeah, it would trigger attacks of opportunity. That's the main difference. So, it's a move. But paying tribute is a manipulate or a move action. So, what's the difference between the two of those, then? It says they must bow or using some other action in keeping with your appearance. I don't know. It's just pretty weird. I mean, the spell's pretty good. I don't like it, but I'm going to say B. I think the spell is, it's fine. It's better than average. I actually completely agree with KC here. The spell is fine. I think it's a little bit better than C, but I just hate the flavor of this spell. I just don't like this. I just don't like the flavor of this spell. It feels cheap and hokum. This is not what I want in my high level campaign. This is when I'm envisioning a high level Pathfinder 2 game. This is not the type of a spell effect that I want. It feels cringy. It feels weird. I just don't like the spell of this. I don't like the spell. I'm going to give it a B because it's powerful, but I don't like the spell, and I would not cast it. All right. We're in the home stretch here. Power word kill. Well, it's uncommon, but it's got auditory death, enchantment mental. You utter a word of power. 1 target. Verbal action. Single action. They are then immune for 10 minutes. If they're 14th level or lower, they die instantaneously. If they're 15th level, if the target has 50 hit points or fewer, it dies instantaneously. Otherwise, it drops to 0 hit points and becomes dying. And if they're 16th level or lower, they take 50 damage. So, pretty shitty if they're high level. But it's 1 action. Can't argue with that. Being able to just snap your fingers and, you're level 17 when you're casting this spell. So, if the GM throws a couple level 15 monsters into the fight with you, maybe to support the boss or sort of a larger encounter, but they're still important, you just take 1 action. You're still going to cast Chain Lightning. You're still going to cast, Massacre. You're still going to cast Fireball or Cone of Cold. You just snap off your finger and just kill one of them instantaneously, It's not bad. Very efficient. I mean, this spell is just brutal. And obviously, if for some odd reason you're 3 levels higher than the monsters you're fighting, you just kill them instantaneously. So, that's just brutal. This spell just does it all. And doesn't have incap, it doesn't have a saving throw, and it's 1 action. And, Now, just be careful. We had a GM, William Brandis, Aaron Smith, who had a high-level Solar, who is casting Power Word Kill heightened to level 10, which increases the effect of the outcome by 2. So that means if the target is 16th level or lower, they die instantaneously. And wouldn't you know it, we were like level 16. And so I did die instantaneously with no saving throw at the start of the fight. But, hey, times are tough. Just be aware of that, And so if your party ever goes up against a high level caster and they don't just instantaneously kill you on the first round, you're the GM's playing nice. Tactical mini combat, baby. All right. Anyways. Power word kill, very powerful. Prismatic Shield, I'll probably hate it. It's from Agents of Edgewatch Adventure Path. Rare, Abjuration, the Light Domain. 1 action, verbal, and it lasts until the start of your next turn. So not even a full round. You get a shield-sized shards of multicolored light surrounding you, rotating quickly. Melee attacks against you impact a randomly colored shard, subjecting the attacker to a random effect from prismatic spray, with a saving throw as indicated. They automatically block physical attacks, ranged attacks, the size of a spear or smaller, and you get a +2 circumstance bonus against larger range weapon. Any spell that targets you requires the caster to succeed at a counteract check against your spell DC, or it fails to affect you. One turn, 1 action though, but 1 turn. Yikes. I like the effects of this spell. It makes you immune to small ranged weapons. Any spell that targets you, they have to make a counteract check against your spell DC. And again, being aware that higher level people are probably going to succeed, but that's still pretty powerful. And anyone who attacks you in melee gets affected by a prismatic spray. And it only lasts one turn, but it's only one action. So, I don't know. I mean, you're going to... I don't know. I think the spell's pretty okay, actually. I don't like the duration, though. I would say that this spell was like a B, but because of the duration, I'm going to drop it to C. I mean, the thing about the duration is, this is Pathfinder 2. We just described like 3 spells that have death effects in them. You know, these fights are going to be over in 2 or 3 rounds. So saying something is just until the start of your next turn, I mean, that's like saying that could be like 50% of the battle. So, you know, we have to have a sense of perspective here. But I think C is a very fair effect. All right. Prismatic Sphere, the final Prismatics. It's like Prismatic Wall, but it's a 10-foot burst. That might even be worse. 10 foot, 1 hour, because I need it for an hour for some odd reason. Does anybody remember what? What do we give? Prismatic Wall, we gave a B. Prismatic Wall, we gave a B. So what do we want to give Prismatic Sphere? 1 hour, not dismissible. Nice. Well, since it refers to Prismatic Wall, we might as well look that up. Nothing like looking up the spell to have to look up another spell. You can pass through the wall and ignore its effects. Yeah, that spell's okay. I think the spell's probably just like Prismatic Wall. It's probably a B. Oh, yeah, the wall takes up a lot more space than the sphere, Anthony. But the advantage here is that the wall can only ever be straight. This literally lets you surround yourself in a protective wall. Protective sphere, I should say. And then just, you know. As long as, yeah, Nin. As long as the creature doesn't, as long as the creature fits inside of it, yeah, they absolutely could. So, yeah, I don't know. Probably B. I don't know. I feel like it's literally just Prismatic Wall, but it's literally just Prismatic Wall, but in a sphere instead of a wall. Is that better or worse? I don't know. I feel like that's worse. I don't know. I think it's a C. I'm downgrading it. For a level higher, getting the literal exact effect as the level 8 version, just as a dome instead of a wall. I think it's, I mean, yeah. I don't think it's worse. I just think it's just, you know, it's just average. Exactly, SC Voldo. It's just average. All right, Proliferating Eyes. This is from Secrets of Magic. It's 2 actions. It's everything but primal. It's a ranged touch, 1 creature, and it lasts for 8 hours. It's a weird one, because why not? You implant an invisible magical sensor on the target's body. This eye has sight and vision, but no other senses. This eye is highly contagious. It's just such a weird way to write this. It's just a weird way. Like, it's just weird. It's just weird. Pathfinder 2 is a weird game. The authors who write this game are weird. I think they're troubled people. I think they have some issues. And I'm just going to leave it at there. Okay? This eye is highly contagious. The first 2 times the target touches another creature during the duration, the spell buds off an additional eye that implants itself on this creature. It's just weird, right? Like, it starts off as an invisible magical eye sensor, right? And so you're just and now it's a virus eye that buds off and implants itself. So which is it? Is it an invisible magical eye sensor, or is it a physical eye that is budding off and implanting itself into a creature?
Jason B tipped $10. I got some pictures on my phone that are highly contagious.
Oh gosh. This is level 9. What are we doing here? F. We're not butting eyes onto two people that are then going to spread out. What are we doing? Who wrote this horrible garbage spell? I'm sorry. If you wrote this spell and you work for Paizo and you are somehow watching this, you know what? Congratulations. You got paid by the word, and you fucked those people over big time. So headphones off. Headphones off to you. You got paid, and all the rest of us, we got hooked. Can't argue with that. Like, what? Let's call it what it is, okay? If you bought Secrets of Magic, you paid that person to write that spell. He took some money from you. All of us paid that person money to write that spell, and they win, and we lose. They win, we lose. Okay. Next up is Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion, but now it's the level 9 version. Ayla says it's functional, but I don't think it's an F. I'm downgrading it for being weird and stupid. Resplendent Mansion casts 1 minute, range 500 feet, duration should have been a ritual. You conjure a towering mansion. Yes, it's a spite F. I reserve my right for the occasional spite F. 4 stories tall, 300 feet on a side. While casting this, you can hold an image of the mansion and its desired appearance in your mind. The mansion can contain as many or as few rooms as your desired, as decorated as you imagine. You can imagine a purpose for each of the rooms, and the proper accoutrement appear within it. Any furniture or other mundane fixtures function normally. No fixture created in the spell create magical effects, but magical devices function normally. It contains the same things as if created. So this is Magnificent Mansion's big daddy brother. You thought Magnificent Mansion was cool at level 7? Why didn't Magnificent Mansion just heighten to this? We'll never know. Are they both from the core rulebook? They must not have actually written out that spells heighten by then. Go figure. Each of the mansion's exterior doorways and windows are protected by the alarm spell. I mean, you're balling when you do this. What did we give Resplendent Mansion? I think we gave it a pretty high. I think we gave Resplendent Mansion a good rating too. Resplendent Mansion, we gave. Magnificent Mansion, we gave S++. Because it was so baller. And this spell is even more baller. But now we have the problem. Okay? The problem we have now is we already had the ability to summon a Magnificent Mansion, right? And now that was level 7 spell. And now it's a level 9 spell. Right? Like, it's not doing that much more than the level 7 version. When you're level 15 and you can bust out a Magnificent Mansion, it's awesome. But 4 levels later, when you're at nearly like the level, 13th level, you can do this. And then 17th level, when you can cast Resplendent Mansion, you want something a little bit more than that, And actually, that's a great point. That's a great point, Shark Boss. Magnificent Mansion is an extra dimensional demiplane. This literally just summons a mansion. It's not even on a different plane. I still like this spell, but it's not as cool. It was really cool when it was level 7, At level 9, it's like a B. Cheese says it's D because it's worse than the lower level one. I don't know about that. If I had a problem with the lower level one cheese, it was a little small. It was a little small. It was on its own demi-plane, but it was a little small. This one is big. Shark Boss, I would totally just let you upcast Magnificent Mansion as well. That's 100% what they should have done. So yeah, the mansion is nice, but it's not that much nicer than my other mansion. Bigger mansion, no extra food, hard pass. Wow. All right, shape change. The spell used to be polymorph self without error at will. You could change once around. It was awesome. And now what does it do? It's arcane and primal. 2 actions, 1 minute. Harnessing your mastery of transformative magic, you take on a mutable form. You transform yourself into any form you could choose with a polymorph spell in your repertoire or that you could prepare of 8th level or lower, including any 8th level or lower heightened version spells. Wow, that's a lot of... You have to know every single spell in the game. You choose the type of creature as you cast a spell rather than when you prepare it. Do you have to do that now? I didn't know you had to do that. What? You have to choose the form when you prepare it? Really? What? I can see. All right, chat is chat is losing their mind right now. What is going on? So, does that mean when I take the angel form spell that I have to pick this when I prepare it? Oh. No, look, this says when you cast this spell. This says when you cast this spell. This says when you cast this spell. Let me see another one here. When you cast this spell. Okay, this is just bad editing. Yeah, this is just bad editing. Okay. Okay. All right. I mean, it's still horrible, but... So this is a problem with shape change. So it doesn't even... So the big thing that this spell did doesn't even work anymore because it doesn't even matter anymore. I just want to point out something here, though, before I give this spell a D. Let me take a look at this here real quick. So shape change used to last. I know. Spells were broken in 3rd edition. We all know this, okay? But it used to last. It was Druid. It was also Wizard. So very similar here, right? Arcane and Primal, Druid and Sorcerer Wizard. It lasted 10 minutes per level, which was baller. But this would let you assume the form of a creature from any size, from fine to colossal. So similar to shape change, you could be insect form, you could be giant form. But you could change your form once round as a free action. And that was what made this spell so awesome. So this was literally like the character swooping down as like an eagle. And then like before they hit the ground, they like turn into a T-Rex, and then they land and they chomp something in half. And then something goes to swing at them and they shrink into like a gnat, you know, into like a mosquito. And then they zip away, you know, and turn into a bird and flip through the trees, and then land and flip into a dire bear and then rush back. Like, it was the fact that you could just each round just change your form. It was like, you know, like if you've ever watched like the Teen Titans cartoon show, the way that like Beast Boy fights, you know, as he sort of uses his animal forms almost each round as a different attack, or if you've ever seen the Disney movie from I think the 70s, you know, Sword in the Stone, where, you know, Merlin turns them into these different animals, and him and the wizard and the witch are having this like battle, and they keep changing forms into one another. You know, and it's like, that is what is so cool about this spell. And this new spell does not do that big time. So it will let them turn into an owlbear. I mean, it's still cool. It's the best shape change spell that we're going to get. So C, maybe? I don't know. It's all the battle forms in one slot. That's probably fine. I agree. You know, you're overpaying though for it, Runesmith. You're overpaying, right? Because you're paying a 9th level spell slot. D or F if you don't have any other shape change spells. Yeah, fair enough, Boothby. I don't know. All right. You know how we do it here. We're going to go to the poll. All right. Poll is up. If a sorcerer takes this and no other polymorph spell, does it do nothing? That does seem to be what is the case. I'll bring it up again just to make sure. That's true. Many of the battle forms do not heighten well. They're capped out. Let me pull up shape change again. You transform yourself into any form you could choose with a polymorph spell in your repertoire. So if you're a sorcerer, it has to be in your repertoire. Or that you could prepare of 8th level or lower. So a druid, essentially, because they are a divine spontaneous caster and don't have a book, they could prepare any spell because they could theoretically. Technically, a wizard would have to have had this spell at least in their book. They don't have to have prepared it, but they needed to prepare it. That's kind of weak sauce. And I hate that you have to spend an action to change form, but I guess it is Pathfinder 2, but I liked it that it was a free action. All right, we got 22 votes, and it's overwhelmingly DF. Yikes. All right. I agree with Cheese here. Really, it's probably really only good on druids. And some clerics. Do clerics even get primal? I don't think there are any clerics to get primal, so. All right, well, I'm going to downgrade it then to D. It works. It's just disappointing. All right, Big Daddy Storm of Vengeance. Yeah, no clerics. Yeah. There are some that through deity can get shape change. I gotcha. Okay. All right, Storm of Vengeance. Primal only. 800-foot range, 360. So, you know, Storm of Vengeance, to be clear, in 3rd edition Pathfinder 1, was a big spell that you never cast against monsters of your level because it just didn't do enough damage. But it was designed to basically like take out an army or take out a city. 800-foot range, 360-foot burst. That's a 720-foot diameter circle. A massive storm cloud forms in the air as a 360-foot burst. Beneath it, rain begins to fall. Everything gets a -4 penalty to ranged attacks and ranged weapon attacks. And the air becomes greater difficult terrain for flying creature. When you cast the spell and the first time each round that you sustain it, choose one of the effects. And you can't choose the same thing twice in a row. 4d8 acid damage, no saving throw. 4d10 damage, basic fort save. 10 bolts of lightning, 7d6. Rain and wind make everything difficult, concealed. Thunderclap, deafen for 10 minutes. So again, I mean, this is not a spell that you're going to cast. This is a plot spell, you know, and it heightens all the way to half a mile and a half a mile diameter, right? This is I hesitate to call it a plot spell. I mean, let me put it this way. You will never cast this spell in that adventure path that you're playing in right now. You'll just never cast this spell. This spell is for a sandbox, political, free-form type game where, you know, a high-level party or players, you know, are maybe, I don't know, sieging an enemy town or taking out an enemy army. And it's, you know, that's where this spell would come into effect. It's probably more of a GM spell in Pathfinder 2. So I'm going to put it at player D and GM C. All right. We get to the big incarnate spell. We only used it in 1 or 2 sessions a game when we were player down for the sessions. That's very true. That's very true. Nin, fighting armies is what 9th level spells should do. Nin, I completely agree with you. I think this spell, this is okay. I'm gonna put like a thing around this spell. I actually like. I may have given this thing the wrong the thing here. I like this spell. Okay. There we go. I like this spell, but I just don't like the way that Pathfinder 2 works. I don't like it. Like, if you know you're going to be fighting an army, you know, then it's a great spell. So, you know, it's an awesome spell. Like, if you need that ability to deal with an entire army or an entire city, then the spell is like S+ tier. But like on your day-to-day Pathfinder 2 typical type game, yeah, I mean, it's just not that good. You're not going to cast it. So yeah, like there is this one exact specific instance where, and again, like a sorcerer would never take this spell, right? But this is where a prepared caster is supposed to have this advantage. And you know, when the dawn awakens and the party is going to go fight the literal army, and you have a high level druid with you, and they've prepared 2 of these or 3 of these spells today, right? The enemy army is in trouble. So that's kind of why I rated it the way I rated it. Okay. It's the fake summons. Summon Draconic Legion. Range 100 feet. Respect. Duration, of course, until the end of your next turn. It's a 3 action as it is a summon. And of course, it has an arrive and a depart. You momentarily summon an army of powerful dragons that unleash annihilating blasts. The dragons act as one and collectively summon or take up the space of a gargantuan creature, which isn't actually that big, and it's not really an army. Gargantuan creature is 4x4. Energy annihilation. They breathe out 2 blasts of energy, a 120-foot line and a 60-foot cone, but they can't overlap. You can't cross the streams. They'll never work. They take 10d8 damage. Womp, 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 womp. That's so low of damage. The dragons choose the damage type of each breath weapon depending on the category summoned. And then when they depart, they strike with fury, dealing 9d8 damage to all creatures either in its location or within 20 feet. Boy, this spell is disappointing. Wow. It's an army of baby dragons. The dragons choose the damage. What the hell is with this spell? I don't like this spell. I get that some people don't like the incarnate spells for the reason that they are incarnate spells. But this is, you're taking 3 actions and you're going to do 10d8 and 9d8, which is 17d8 damage, but they get 2 saving throws, which is better or worse, depending on how you want to look at it. It's 76 damage, which is not as much as Meteor Swarm and is not that much more than Fireball. But you're doing it over 2 turns. You have somewhat limited control. Can I rate 9th level Magic Missile? Well, let's see. You get 1 at 1, you get 2 at 3, you get 3 at 5, you get 4 at 7, you get 5 at 9. So if you spend 3 actions on a Magic Missile, you're going to get 15 Magic Missiles, which is going to do about 40 damage, which is pretty good. Automatic, no save. Remember that most creatures that are higher level than you are going to save probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 20. You're going to fail 20. They're going to succeed. Not everyone. Oh yeah, plus 15. How could I forget? 2.5 times 15 plus 15. There you go. 52.3. There you go. It's a good spell. Let's put it that way. If you're a sorcerer and you have whatever that thing's called, dangerous sorcery, then you get the nice +9. You're doing 62 damage. Now remember, of course, that's automatic, and again, most creatures that are higher level than you are going to pass their save. So really, you have to treat that spell as if it's doing even more damage than that. Hello, Felipe. Welcome. Yeah, all these spells, SC Voldo, the way all these spells work is they're like it's like a Final Fantasy summon. Like the creature comes in on the round, you cast it, it does something, and then the next round it departs. But it's like a fake summon. Like it's not a real creature. It's almost more of like a spell effect that gets a mini or gets a model or gets a token for a turn and then leaves. Again, I don't think this spell is particularly great. It's probably right in there with just Meteor Swarm. Especially this spell. It's just doing damage. It's doing nothing else but damage. The spell just does a bunch of damage. You have access to strictly better spells. F, D, oh my gosh. Blink in and blink out, which I never liked. Okay, so SC Voldo, Self-Confessed Cynic, and Total Entropy all hate the spell. All right, we're going to put it up here. Draconic, Legion. Is it a D or is it a C? All right, I'm asking the community. And I'll put this one in a holding pattern as we bring up Telepathic Demand. Well, it's got incapacitation. That can't be good. Okay. What are we doing, by the way? Just want to say, by the way, while we get this votes in, thank you, everybody. We hit our goal today and then some. We had some very generous people at the beginning of the stream, but don't let that stop you. If you want to show your support for the channel, if you want to show your support for me and for this very, very, very lengthy series, feel free to drop us a tip. There's a Stream Elements tip jar available in the link below, or you can type !tip as the bot has been reminding you the whole stream, or you could go ahead and click the super chat icon, which is done through your YouTube and your Google account. If you want to join us and be part of our community, well, it's just a couple bucks a month, and for $5 or $10 a month, or even $25 a month, you can join the Knights of Last Call Patreon. You can check that out. There's a link in the description below, but you could also head over to patreon.com/Knights of Last Call, and then you get all the goodies for joining us. The Patreon page spells it out, but you get bonus content videos that don't get published to anyone but the patrons, exclusive live streams, community games, our Northern Reaches Pathfinder 2 mega community game, access to our Discord, and if you choose our highest tiers, you get access to our PDF digital content, which we have started releasing. So, yeah, check it out if you haven't before, and thank you to everybody who has tipped. All right, well, overwhelmingly, everybody said D, and who am I to argue with these wonderful, beautiful people? All right. Telepathic demand is incapacitation. It's planetary, and the target has to be someone that you've telepathically contacted before. So already off the bat, with incapacitation, and you have to have previously telepathically contacted them. Not have had a conversation with them. You have to have telepathically contacted with them, which is already a pretty brutally specific set of targeting conditions. You send them a message of 25 words or longer, and they can respond immediately with their own 25 words or longer. But our message is insidious and has the effect of suggestion. On a successful save, the target is temporarily immune for a day, and on a critical success, they are immune for a month. You could target, and by the way, if it wasn't specific enough in the targets, you can only target a creature if you have been previously in contact with them before. This is definitely a GM spell. I don't particularly like it, but it's because it's kind of to fuck with the party. I agree with it. And this is level 9. This is so disappointing. I'm going to actually say that this spell, the fact that you can only target a creature that you have telepathically contacted before and its incapacitation is so limiting. I'm actually going to rate this an F for players. It's horrible. And as a GM spell, I'll say D. Yeah, I'll just say D. There's a world in which maybe I don't particularly like it. It's more useful for a GM, but I still don't like it. It's still not my style. It's weird, and I don't want to go off on too much of a rant here, but like, I'm all about player agency, and I understand why in the game, like I've talked about before, I think it would be cool in a way if the players could be influenced by NPCs via diplomacy. But like, this is part of this sacred concept of the game, right? That the player agency is sacrosanct, and that if an NPC talks to a party member, it doesn't matter that the NPC has a charisma bonus, a diplomacy of plus 1,000,000. You, the player, get to decide how your character acts. That's totally fine. But it's still but that is a decision that they made, that they want players to always be making decisions for their characters. But this is where the game loses me, because they introduce this it's tied to this unnecessary simulationist layer, which still exists as an artifact of a different game and a different time. If you want to have these rules, that's fine. But they make it so that like those rules only apply to non-magical things, but magical effects can still suggest you and dominate you and do all these other things. And by the way, if that's the way that your game works, that's fine. But in Pathfinder 2, it doesn't work that way, but it does work that way with magic. So in other words, it's hypocritical. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth. Pick a way and embrace it, and then do it that way. If spells can take control of a player, then skill checks from NPCs should be able to influence or otherwise suggest a player. Or you decide as a game, we don't think that that is fun for the people playing our game. We think losing agency, losing the ability to control your character's actions is not a fun experience. It's not one that we want to promote in the game. And so we are going to remove these effects from the game wholeheartedly. But they don't, because Pathfinder 2 is trying to balance simulationism and gamist mechanics. And I think it does a bad job of it, actually. I think it would do better if it just picked a lane, Grandma, and it won't. So yeah, okay. Unfathomable song. auditory, emotion, enchantment, fear, incapacitation, mental. You know, I think this one, I don't know that we've ever seen a 7 trait spell. I think 6 might be the highest we've ever seen, but we've seen other 6s. I don't know if we've ever seen a 7. So yeah, but I'm not going to get into a GNS discussion right now, but needless to say, it is something to consider. By the way, next Tuesday, normally that would be a Quest for the Frozen Flame game, but we have some nights on vacation. I'm going to be going to Vegas. So I was supposed to go to Gen Con, but Gen Con got canceled for me and for Tim and our buddy George because we couldn't get a hotel room. So I'm going to Vegas instead. Point is, next Tuesday is another GM free-for-all, or another party free-for-all. So we don't know what we're going to have, but we might have some GMs on from the Patreon. I don't know. We're going to try to figure it out. But if you want to talk about things like GNS and where Pathfinder 2 should be and why certain games are better at certain other aspects than other games, next Tuesday is the place to do it. All right, Unfathomable Song is cult only. So this is the Bard spell. 120 feet, up to 5 creatures. Okay, that works. Again, remember, this is incapacitation. It has every trait imaginable. Saving throw is will. Not good for us. Duration is sustained up for a minute. Fleeting notes of a strange and unnatural song fill the air, overtaking the mind. Each target must attempt a will save when they cast a spell, and again each time you sustain the spell. The first time, each time you sustain the spell. A creature needs to attempt only 1 save against the spell each round, and you have to keep the same targets when you sustain the spell. Okay, great. Critical success. They're unaffected, and they can't be affected for subsequent rounds, and they're immune for a minute. On a success, they are unaffected this round, but each further round, they have to make another save. So nothing on a success, but at least they're not immune. On a failure, roll a d4. On a critical failure, roll d4 plus 1. So it's random. We have no idea what's going to happen. So that I don't like that. But they're frightened 2. They're confused. They're stupefied 4. They're blinded. Or they're stunned for 1 round and stupefied for an unlimited duration. This spell would be awesome. Except it has incapacitation. And in many cases, if I target an enemy, the big bruiser guy, I'd rather them be frightened 2 than stupefied 4. So, like, this could actually be bad. Just cast slow. Yikes. Yeah, stun for 1 round is great. Roaring applause is better. Slow is better. I think you just want to cast a spell that you know it's going to work the way you want to work. If you want to frighten the people, just cast fear. It doesn't have incapacitation. Slow just locks them in. I don't like this spell at all. It works. Its effects are random. It has incapacitation. I mean, I might say the spell was a C, but it has incapacitation, and it in this case, it's an actual shitty one to have incapacitation on. So, I think I'm gonna have to level 9 spell. Come on, D. Self-confessed cynic, D. Don Pokey, D. Heightened Paralyze. What level is Heightened Paralyze? All right, we got 5 more. Unspeakable. Well, speak of the devil. Here's a spell with 7 traits. Death, emotion, fear, illusion, mental, shadow, visual. It's got them all. Secrets of Magic. 2 actions to cast. Range of 120 feet. Will saving throw. You alter a creature's shadow. Just again, this Cthulhuian thing. They love it. Transforming it into a terrifying monster out to devour the creature. The creature must attempt a will save. A creature that has the frightened condition from Unspeakable Shadow must spend at least one of its actions each turn to either attack the shadow, making a strike ineffectively, or flee from its shadow, using 1 action to move away as though it had the fleeing condition. But it doesn't really state which it has to do. and it doesn't matter, so I imagine it would just attack. I don't know how you would actually determine this, but all right. It's one creature, 120 feet. On a success, they are frightened 2. As a reminder, on fear, on a success, they are frightened 1. Failure, they are frightened 3, and they cannot go below frightened 1 for 1 minute. Remember, if they have a frightened condition, they have to spend an action, either attacking or fleeing. It does not have incapacitation. If they critically fail, they are so afraid it might die, you basically get Phantasmal Killer. And the critical effect failure has the incapacitation trait. This spell's great. This spell is actually useful against a high-level monster. Dropping this spell on a boss, it does not have incapacitation trait. The boss is probably going to succeed. It could fail, but doesn't have incapacitation, so this is really good. If the boss ends up getting frightened 2 or frightened 3, and then they end up burning some spells each turn, they are going to be essentially automatically slowed for 2 rounds. It's a slow fear. No, so here's the deal. The target becomes frightened 3, Anthony, and just like everything else, at the start of each of its turn, at the end of each of its turn, it's going to reduce fear by 1. So after 3 turns, its frightened condition will be 0. But it cannot reduce its frightened value below 1 for 1 minute. So it'll be frightened 3, then frightened 2, then frightened 1, 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 and then after a full minute, it'll be frightened 0. And then while it's frightened, it's basically slowed because it has to either attack the shadow or flee. And it doesn't have incapacitation. It's only 1 target, but it's very strong. I think this is an S tier spell. I didn't see this spell. I think this spell is great. It's a slow fear. I mean, to me, those are slow and fear are, in my opinion, probably the best debuffs in the game. Sicken is better than fear, but Sicken doesn't really show up on a lot of effects. Frighten tends to be higher than that. And I also agree, Nin, it combos with abilities that stop you from frighting. Ayla, if it targeted multiple people, it would be busted beyond all belief. We got a super chat. Reaper Grim with a $5 super chat. I feel like if we wrote some of the crappier spells since they only had critical fail on incap, yes, they'd immediately erase and rep. I completely agree with you, Reaper Grim. I think that is a much better way. Thank you, by the way, so much for that. Amazing. You've been great this stream. You all have, but I love to see it. Folks like folks tipping multiple times. So yeah, I completely agree with you. So that's a great question. Is this busted? I kind of think it is. I think this spell is probably too good, honestly. Strategy. Please read the fleeing condition. It interacts in a silly way with this. Well, the problem here is it gets to choose. It must spend at least one of its actions to either attack the shadow or flee from its shadow, using one action to move away as if it had the fleeing condition. So it could just, not flee. I believe what it's saying is, as if you had the fleeing condition, is you have to escape the source of the fleeing condition. The reason why it puts this condition on there is because the creature cannot use its move action to move towards you, right? But it's from its shadow. That is interesting. Okay, I don't understand that exactly either. It is a little weird. It's fleeing but not fleeing. Yeah, it can move towards you. Yeah, that's true. So okay. What did I miss here? Secrets of Magic has an S tier. Not just slowed. If the GM ran it that the first strike was against the shadow, it's an additional effective +5 for AC for everyone in the party. Blueberry Detective, that's very true. There's a lot of GMs that are probably going to soft fudge this and have it have it attack with its first attack. You shouldn't, but you could. So yeah, that's actually a cool idea, Darth and Reaper, just to try to help fix those spells. And we've certainly liked the spells where they limit the incap effect to the critical fail, which is where it's the most busted. But yeah, going back to what Ayla said, isn't S the busted tier? Yeah, Fear 2 slow 1 on a success with no incap is busted. I believe it is. I think that's too powerful. So very good. This spell is good. Arcane Occult, of course. All right, Upheaval, which again is from the secretly the most. There are more spells in the Extinction Curse adventure path, I think, than there is in maybe Secrets of Magic. I don't know. It's just crazy to me. All right. Upheaval, level 9. Conjuration Earth. Arcane Primal, 500-foot range, 150-foot burst. Just random. By the way, Extinction Curse has had a lot of spells like this where they make Earth Pillars. We've seen this a million times. It shudders as huge pillars of stone leap into the air. He might add additional effects. The area becomes difficult terrain. Rising pillars shoot up. Buildings might collapse. Flat check DC 14 for a sturdy structure, DC 9 for an average structure. In general, shoddy structures collapse. So, it's kind of in that same Storm of Vengeance type feel. I don't know why there are a lot of earth pillars. So I'm gonna say that Upheaval gets a D, and it gets a GMC. So GM plot tier spell, and you know what? To be fair, it's probably a plot tier spell in that adventure. So respect, I guess. All right. Voracious Gestalt. Now, here's a creature that is summoning and sucking souls, but for some odd reason, this one is evil, even though sometimes they aren't evil. That's a good point, Strat. How many flat checks are you making? All right, we got 3 spells left. Voracious Gestalt. 30-foot emanation. 2 actions. Basic fortitude sustained. You create a powerful spiritual entity that grows and builds strength by consuming the spirits of foes you slay. When you cast the spell, this Gestalt deals 14d6 damage to all living creatures of your choice in the area, and they get a basic reflex save. Creatures that you choose that end their turns in the area take 66 damage with a basic fortitude save. Okay. At the end of each of your turns, if you killed a living creature during that turn, or if the Gestalt's damage killed a creature since the end of your prior damage, you add the slain creature's soul to the Gestalt. Why is this thing called a Gestalt? Especially since we all use that term very differently in TTRPGs these days. The emanation's radius increases by 20 feet, and the damage dealt by the aura increases by D6. Note that if this increase only happens once, even if you kill multiple creatures in that turn. Lame. Note that as normal for determining threat level. What? As normal for determining threat level, the GM determines if a creature is of a significant enough threat to empower the Gestalt. Okay, by the way, this is a great example of where Pathfinder 2 doesn't know whether it wants to be a simulationist game or a gamist game. As a game mechanic, I could totally understand why you don't want this to bag of rats people, right? Like that was a problem in Pathfinder 1 and 3rd edition, and even to a certain extent 4th edition, right? And I get why that is here. But it's like, it feels out of place when we have this instance of the other elements of the game are so very simulationist. And it's like, so wait a second, what? The target's threat level is just so weird. Otherwise. Oh, you could unleash this on a Village Reaper. It's still going to do a bunch of damage, 14d6 each turn. It's just not going to, get up to 1,000,000 damage. So it does 14d6 damage initially, Don Pokey. 14d6 initially, and then 6d6 each turn when they end their turn in it. And you're sustaining it. I am disturbed by the add normal point. Hey! Key, Scratch Paper Games. Keep up the honest takes. It's a rare thing these days. Thank you. Overall, not very impressed with level 9 so far. But thank you, Scratch Paper Games, for the generous super chat. That is very awesome of you. Thank you. The chosen targets is a plus. I think the spell's fine. Like, a lot of creatures are gonna take 14d6 negative. Negative's a good damage type. And they're probably gonna take 6d6 if they, or if you're fighting in the thing. You get to pick the target, so it's not gonna target your enemy. Then if they land again, it's another 6d6. I mean, some people are gonna make their saves, yes. I'm not as concerned. The killing the creatures and adding additional d6 of damage is whatever. I almost think you could ignore that second paragraph, and I don't think it really changes the spell that much. Yeah, I mean, I could see a world where, as an emanation of 30 feet, you're spending a couple actions to cast it and sustain it, and you end up doing 26, maybe like 32 d6 damage to living creatures of your choice within a 30-foot emanation. I mean, that's pretty cool. I mean, that I think that's okay. You're spending a lot of actions to get there, but once you cast it initially, total entropy, do I want to sustain for... If there's enough targets. If there's enough targets and I have one action, and I'm like hasted or something like that, I don't know. Anthony, I agree with you, but if you're playing most Paizo adventures, 30-foot emanation is going to be a 60-foot by 60-foot room. That's bigger than probably entire dungeons. I think I'm going. I think I'm going with C. Self-confessed cynic. The repeat damage, I think, is a little underwhelming. I would have liked to seen it been higher. So C works for me. All right. Wail of the Banshee, which used to be like the premier save or suck spell, emanation, fort, save or die. Instead, we get this. It does have the death trait, but note that this spell doesn't remind us what the death trait does. If a death spell with the death trait kills you, if the spell with the death trait reduces your 0 hit points, you're just dead immediately. But for some odd reason, this one doesn't remind you of that. 40-foot emanation. Each living enemy, so only your enemies, that's nice, takes 8d10 negative damage. So we're talking about 44 damage. It's not a lot. It's not good. If they succeed at the saving throw, they take the full damage. So on a success, they take the full damage. On a failure, they take the full damage and they're drained D4. Drained D4 is times 2.5 on average. Let's say that the creatures are, you're level 17. Let's say the creatures are level 15 to 17 themselves. So that means they are taking an additional 37 points of damage. Okay. Could be higher. Full damage on a success is everything in this. Double damage drain 4 is pretty brutal. Double damage is 88. Drain 4 is maybe 68. So you're talking about 156 damage on a critical failure. Nobody knows, Anthony. Don't try to think about it. It'll just hurt your head. Full damage on a success is nice. It's really nice. It sucks that it's emanation, but at least it's only living enemies. I think it's B. I think you're going to be impressed with this. It's not going to kill your enemy, not going to kill your allies. 40-foot emanation is good enough range. You got to get a little danger close for this. If you can get a bunch of enemies caught up into it. On a success, they're still taking full damage. Doesn't have incapacitation. On the failure, you're, maybe doing 70 to 80 damage. And drain 4 is not nothing. It's going to penalize their fort saves for the rest of the fight. And if they critically fail, boy, 150, 160 damage easy, and a -4 penalty to their fort save, making them that much easier to grapple. All right, 2 spells left. Weapon of Judgment. Oh yeah, I mean, obviously we are far away from the days of save or suck. Anthony, it should not. Spells in Pathfinder 2 need line of effect, so it would not. To be clear, in Pathfinder 1, emanations never went around walls. Spreads went around walls, but emanations did not. Listen, buddy, I don't make the rules. All right. Weapon of Judgment. You have requirements. You have a deity. Again, when Pathfinder tells you that you can pick a cleric and not have a deity, they're lying to you because you won't be able to cast like half the spells in the game. It's divine only. So we've got here, we're level 9. We get to cast the big spiritual weapon, right? 100 feet range, 1 creature, and it lasts for 1 minute, and we don't have to sustain it, which is good because clerics don't get that feat to sustain for free. Immense weapon of force appears, hovering in the air above the target. The weapon has the ghostly visual appearance of your deity's favorite weapon. Name war or peace. If you name war, mentally choose 1 creature. This must be a creature both you and the target can see. The target instinctively knows what creature this is. At the end of each of the target's turns, if that target did not use a hostile action against the creature that you chose during that turn. Why is this spell this complicated? Holy shit. All right. So if you name war, the target has to attack one of your targets. So it gains and if you name peace, you choose up to 5 allies. The target knows who those allies are. The weapon strikes the target each time the target uses a hostile action against you or one of your allies. But it only strikes once per. The weapon strikes only once per action, even if the action attacks multiple people. So I think you would name peace a lot. They are melee weapon attacks, but you use your spell attack modifier. Womp womp. Regardless of appearance, the weapon deals force damage equal to 3d10 plus your spellcasting ability modifier. So that's pretty okay. And it does take a multiple attack penalty, which does increase throughout the target's turn. Yikes. When the weapon strikes, you deal damage to the normal type of the weapon instead of force damage. Well, that's not good. It doesn't grant flanking. It doesn't take up any space. I don't know why you would ever say War Shadram. This spell is convoluted. All of this for 20 damage. And it depends on your shitty spell attack modifier to attack. This spell is horrible. This spell's bad. D. It might even be F. I actually think this spell might be F. This spell is so ineffectual. It gets multiple attack penalty. It uses your spell attack penalty. The damage is 3d10. It's made of force, but it doesn't use force. And you have to read all of this, and you have to choose between these war and peace, which one of them is garbage. And I mean, Strat, tell me that Paizo pays by the word without actually telling me that Paizo pays by the word. You know what I mean? Look at this spell. It's crazy. Yeah, it's map, but it uses its own map, which is weird. We've also never seen that. But even then, the idea that if you chose peace is awesome. The weapon strikes every time one of your allies gets attacked. But a spell attack modifier is already going to be 3 or 4 points behind at this level. And now it's going to be 3 or 4 points behind. Then it's going to be 9 points behind. Then it's going to be fucking 14 points behind. It's just never going to hit, ever. And if it misses the first time, it's definitely not going to miss. Definitely not going to hit. Peace is the better option, but peace is shit. Yeah, I think this spell's actually. I think this spell just fails. I think there's enough points of shittiness in this spell that it just doesn't function like it's even intended to do. All right. Wail of the Banshee was the fort save or die spell, AoE. Weird was the AoE will save or die. So now what do we have here? We have AoE Phantasmal Killer. Death, emotion, fear, illusion, mental. Death. So again, if it goes to 0 hit points, it just kills it. 120 foot, any number of creatures. No incapacitation. You fill the target's mind with images of fearsome creatures drawn from their worst fear. Everyone takes 16d6 mental damage and makes a will save. On a success, they take half damage and they're frightened 1. On a failure, they take full damage and they're frightened 2. And on a critical failure, they are so afraid they might die. Attempt a fortitude save. If the target succeeds, they take double damage and are frightened 2 and are also fleeing. And if they fail, they are reduced to 0 hit points and die. And it does not have incapacitation. Oh, my dog started fighting. So, just like Unspeakable Shadow was sort of slow fear, this is fear damage death. Now, granted, as I said, and you can go look this up in the Paizo forums. I think I posted this like the first month that Paizo published Pathfinder 2. I titled it Incapacitation, a solution in search of a problem? ? And the reason why is I said, well, a higher level creature is already going to pass your saves often, and they are much less likely to fail, let alone critically fail. So why don't just put the really bad stuff in the critical failure condition and leave it there? This spell does not have incapacitation. But look, in order for a high-level creature to die from this spell, they would first have to critically fail a will save, which, being higher level than you, they are probably going to not critically fail. But let's pretend for a moment that they did critically fail. They probably would have to roll a natural 1 to critically fail. So that's only 5% of the time that they are going to roll a nat 1. Then, once they've rolled that critical failure, they have to make an additional fortitude save. If they pass that fortitude save, they're taking double damage and they're frightened 2, and they're fleeing. If they fail that fortitude save, then they are reduced to 0 hit points and they die. Now, again, you're asking a higher level creature to make a fortitude save. How often are they going to pass that? 66% of the time, right? So they're only going to fail this save 1/3 of the time, maybe. So 5% of the time they critically fail. And then after they critically fail, only 1/3 of the time are they going to also fail the fortitude save. So you're talking about a higher level creature is only going to critically fail and then fail their fort save, aka die instantly, 1.5% of the time. We don't need incapacitation. We just need this. Now, the question is the damage. Now, again, it's 120 feet, which is nice. It's any number of creatures, which is nice. 16d6 is a little under what Fireball does. Fireball does 18d6. This does 16d6. It's mental damage, which has its pros and its cons. But it does frighten people. I think this spell is cool. I think hitting every enemy within 120 feet. What I like about this spell, I don't, the damage being low, well, you can't have the damage be higher, right? Like it also fears and it can instantly kill people. The reason why I appreciate this spell is because if I was fighting a couple high level people, I could cast this spell and I might do some damage and frighten 2 them, right? Like that'd be my most likely case scenario, right? It's one of those 2. Okay. So I'm going to do some damage. I'm going to surgically avoid my party members by, casting this weird. I might have a guy who's 100 feet over there and I might have another guy that's 80 feet behind me. And I could target both of them and hit both of them. I kind of really like this spell. I don't think this spell is S tier. I think it's an A tier spell. I think this might be, for me, my only A tier spell for the level. I like it. Not having incap, full damage, frighten 2. Yeah, I think it's good. I don't know. All right, let's put it to the poll. Ben, welcome, buddy. We this is the last spell of the evening. We just finished. Welcome, Ben. So, yeah, I mean, to me, this is AoE damage debuff, and again, short of AoE damage slow, I don't think we have an AoE damage slow, damage plus slow. I mean, fear to me, frightened is the best debuff. Sickened is probably better, but again, sickened's hard to do.
Steven,
hey, Steven.
Heightened synesthesia is a good choice at level 9. As you said earlier, the good thing is we can heighten lower level spells with a lot of these level 9 stinkers.
Absolutely, and I don't know if they intended this, but I mean, part of my thing is I don't even think that you necessarily needed these as all these spells. I think, again, there's more sort of sacred cows because of this, because, you know, whatchamacallit, because people expect there to be these higher level spells. But yeah, this is just a great way to get some lower level spells heightened up here. Yeah, heightened synesthesia, heightened to 9, 5 creatures with synesthesia, probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest debuff in the game. Yeah, again, like, it's cool and all that they give us these 9th level spells, but you could be casting this instead. So I'm just saying, I don't mind it as much. All right, well, 86% of you said S or A, so I'm going to leave it at A. We have one A, and I think it's the right call. I think it's the right call. So I do think we're going to rate some of these spells though. So I want to rate synesthesia, heroism, and I'm up for any. If anybody else has any good suggestions for particularly strong heightens to 9. So now, just as a reminder to everybody at home. Oh my God. Synesthesia was S+ when we first rated it. So I'm going to guess that synesthesia is AoE is S+ or S++. Here's the thing. It is 4 levels higher. That's a lot of levels. I think we're just okay with it just being S+. I still think it's very strong, but I think it's good. I think it's good at S+. It was S+ at 5 for a single target for a 5th level spell. Now, you don't need to heighten it, but if you do heighten it all the way to 9, you get 5 targets. And you're using up a high level spell slot, but you're getting a lot of action economy out of it. Really powerful, but again, even on a success for a minute. But the creatures that you're going to want to debuff are higher level than you, which tend to mean they're not really a lot of them anyways. So I think it kind of balances out, but I'm happy to put synesthesia at S+. So here's the deal with heroism. Lasts 10 minutes and it's a +3 status bonus, aka status bonus equals magic bonus in temporary magic bonus in Pathfinder 2. And you get it to your attack rolls, your perception checks, your saving throws, and skill checks. The spell is busted because it fundamentally, like, a +1 from heroism is the same at level 5 when you cast it as it is at level 17 or 20. It's +1. Everything else in the game scales around your attack roll going up, your attack bonus going up by level, your 18 in your primary stat going up to 19, then to 20, and then to 21, and then to 22, and then to 24 because of your apex item. It also assumes that your proficiency is going up by 6, whether you're a fighter or a barbarian or a ranger. The fighters start at 2 higher, but they still gain 6 points. 4 points of proficiency increase. In other words, you start at 2, you go to 6, you start at 4, you end up at 8. So you gain 19 points of bonus from gaining 19 levels. 19. You gain 3 points of bonus from getting a +1, +2, +3 weapons. It's +22. You start with a +4 in your stat. You end with a +7 in your stat. That's another +3. So that's 3 and 3 is 6. That's 4 from your proficiency. That's 10. That's 19 from your level. That's 29 points that you gain in your attack roll throughout the course of the game between your item bonus, your stat increasing, including gaining an apex item, and increasing your proficiency and gaining your levels. Now, that being said, and again, I know a lot of you here are very smart people, but we just want to educate for people who are at home. So if we go here to our armor class section, okay, and we find a moderate level 1 armor class, it's 15. You can see that here, 15. And a level 20 is 44. So if we take a 44 armor class, sorry, Steven. Remember, that's our armor class at level 20, 44. And at level 1, it was a 15. Guess what? It's 29. Okay? So what that means is that over the course of 20 levels of the game, as you've gained your +1 and then your +2 and then your +3 item, as you've put those ability boosts that you got at 5 and 10 and 15 and 20 into your stats, when you got at level 17 your apex item that gave you +2 more bonus to your stat, as your proficiency increased from just trained to expert and then to master, nothing has changed about the game. Your chance to hit a monster is the same at level 1 as it is at level 20. So that means that a +1 bonus is just as good at level 20 as it is at level 5 or level 10 or level 15. So heroism breaks that because heroism says, and same thing with flanking, because obviously nothing changes. You need what you need to hit. The monster's AC goes up by 29 points throughout the course of the game. Your attack bonus goes up by 29 points throughout the course of the game. Easy peasy. Now you can flank. You can flank at level 1. You can flank at level 20. It's worth -2 to the creature's AC. They're flat-footed. And that doesn't change. And that's going to give you the same benefit at level 10 as it would at level 20 as it would at level 1. But heroism scales. And this is a bonus that you didn't have earlier in the game that you do have now. So heroism, strictly speaking, allows you, it's this and Inspire Courage, the Bard ability, the Bard cantrip, are the only spells in the game that allow you to get ahead on the math of the game. Okay? That's it. There might be someone's going to type in some weird ass alchemist item. I don't care. Alchemist sucks. Now, Nin, this is a very important point. And the aid action. Nin, gain a hero point. That's correct. Because aid also scales. Not only does aid scale from +1 to +2 to +3 to +4, but the difficulty of casting aid goes from being impossible to chancy to likely to auto crit. So at level 17, which we are here, the heroism is giving us a +3, and the aid bonus from someone with legendary proficiency, perhaps in a skill or perhaps in a weapon, is +7 bonus on top of the math. This is why when I was playing high-level Pathfinder 2 with my friends, Bob and Tim and Kaz and our buddy George, between Frighten for maybe 1 or 2 points of debuff, Flat-footed, perhaps from prone, from being crit by a flail or a hammer, that's 4 points of negative on the AC of the monster. And then an aid, which is automatic, and a heroism 3, or heroism level 9 spell for a +3, that's +7 bonus on the player side. That's a +11 point, or that's an 11-point differential. That means if there was a creature that you needed a 13 to hit, you now only need a 2 to hit it, and you need a 12 to critically hit it. It's fundamentally what allows you to function at a more powerful rate in the game. So Is heroism very strong? Yes. It gets better and better and better as throughout the game. Heroism level 3 at level 17 is worth +1 bonus, is just as good as it was back at level 5 when you first got it. Because a +1 is +1 on top of the math, which is already locked in and baked in. The fact that you can now get a +2 on top of that, or a +3 on top of that, is busted. The only thing that limits it, of course, is the fact that you are capped by how many level 9th level spells you have, which is why the bardic ability to inspire courage is very, very, very strong. So, and specifically, it is the focus spell Inspire Heroics. I do believe it requires a check, but love it. It's a feat, and then it says Inspire Heroics gives you the Inspire Heroics meta magic feat. Free action, 0. You make a check, and then if you critically success, it goes to +3. So, if you just succeed, it's a +2. But keep in mind, this is infinite, right? I mean, it's a focus spell, but you just get those back after the fight. So a bard could keep this going, Not to mention, by the way, that with their spell slots, the bard can also, just cast this spell. I mean, they have this. Here's the thing, Total Entropy. It's a very hard DC. So, yeah, it's a focus point every round, Blue Moon God. But I mean, again, I'm not saying that this is literally like a perfect replacement for it. I'm just saying that, I personally, I think this spell is great. And I should point out, by the way, that at this level, sure, we are level 17 or level 18, and, boy, this level 9 is really nice, right? Okay, I mean, a +2 is still really good. And at this level, the cost of a level 6 scroll is like nothing. You could literally have like dozens of these things. Of the heightened 6 heroism. So yeah, I think heroism, I don't even know how to rate it. It gives you a bonus to all your saves. It gives you a bonus to your status to attack rolls, and it gives you a bonus to all your skill checks. It's a bonus that you don't get from anything else except for spells. It is the best buff spell in the game. I mean, I don't even know how else to describe it. It literally just breaks the game. And the fact that it lasts for 10 minutes is insane. If your characters don't rely on treat wounds, maybe you have a cleric who has a lot of heal spells, or you have other abilities to actually heal yourself that don't rely on treat wounds, you could cast the spell, get into a combat, get out of combat. That by the way, is only going to take you, 30 seconds. You spend a couple of rounds casting some heal spells. You might be into another fight in a minute or so, within 1 to 2 minutes. Think about how far you could travel in 1 or 2 minutes in Pathfinder 2 in a dungeon. You're in another fight. You get into that fight. Again, you get out of that fight. If you don't treat wounds, instead rely on your heal spells, you get some buffs up, cast some spells, and go into the third fight. You could get 3 fights out of heroism as long as you aren't relying on treat wounds. Now, yes, your focus points won't recover, but if you're like me, I found that I didn't even really use my focus points. I had so many damn spell slots. Heroism level 9s make you feel like improved critical keen scimitars for PF1. Absolutely. And it goes without saying, not only is this increasing your chance to hit, right? This is a defensive buff. +3 bonus to all 3 of your saving throws. That's insane. +3 to your perception checks. You're going to go faster. You're going to go in initiative order first. +3 to all your skill checks, meaning recall knowledges, any sort of athletics actions. I mean, this is nuts. Absolutely lollipop candy. Absolutely. And I want to point out something. This is why my fighter in Pathfinder 2 that I built for Smith's campaign, Dark of Winter. If you want to read the details of it, join the Patreon. If you want the PDF, the 65 page PDF of all of our house rules and changes, you have to be a champion tier or a hero tier. My fighter was a dual weapon flick mace wielder, high charisma, took champion, got champion's reaction, then changed the free archetype into dual weapon wielder, then used ancestry human feats along with some other feats to pick up sorcerer, again, high charisma because of champion, didn't go arcane, went occult. Why? Because I wanted access to heroism. That is why I went occult. And I think this spell is one of the reasons why I like occult better than primal. That's where I'm going to put myself on it. I'm going to put myself on occult is number 2 tradition over primal. Yes. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. That's where I'm coming out. So, yeah, I think you want a poll for S+ versus S++? Okay. All right. Vin basically gets whatever he wants, so. Vin, Ben, Damien, these people. Steven. If you're a hero, you get preferential treatment. I'm sorry. Side point, your shirt is on point, Derek. Thank you, Ben. You like? You know, Ben, it side note while everyone votes. I don't know if I've shared this with everybody. So, when I was a younger man, I was larger, fatter would be what we would call. Then I got really into running and I got really into paleo, and I lost like 100 pounds, and I was like 190. I lifted a lot, had a pretty good bench, really good squat, solid deadlift, and I just worked out all the time, and I was really in shape. And then I tore my labrum, and I had to have a slap surgery, and that put me out of the gym for a while. And I kind of got into it, but I never got into it as much as I did. And I kind of probably gained 20 pounds or whatever. And I was fine. I was in my low 200s, and I'm 6'1", so it wasn't too bad. But I used to only ever wear button-down shirts, collared shirts, because that's just my style. But then during COVID, I gained a ton of weight. And at first I thought it was just because it was COVID and I was inside and I wasn't doing anything. But it actually turns out I have a tumor on my pituitary gland. It's called a prolactinoma. Chances are extremely good that it's not actually cancerous. It's like common, but it's not like common and like everybody gets it, but it's fairly common. And it makes me generate too much prolactin, which amongst other things makes you gain a lot of weight. It's like a hormonal imbalance issue. So anyways, I got to check that out. I got to have that dealt with at some point in the future. But if I do end up losing weight, you will like never see me in a t-shirt again, because all of my old clothes from when I wasn't as heavy are all just collared shirt button downs. And that's like all I ever wore. And so, yeah, anyways, long story short, that this is my usual fashion sense. So, all right, well, 74% of you say S++, so we gonna leave it there. All right. Lollipop. A cult has synesthesia and heroism. What more could you ask for in a system with tight math? Okay, here we go. I'm going to bring up one more thing while we're talking about it. A cult also has access to Circle of Protection. So AC bonuses are very difficult to get in Pathfinder 2. Circle of Protection is a level 3 spell, heightened to level 4, just 1 level's higher. The duration goes from 1 minute to 1 hour. It is a 10-foot emanation centered on a touched creature, meaning you could target on yourself or an ally. You could potentially cover the whole party, or with scrolls, you could just cast one of these on everybody, and it'll last essentially all day, maybe twice. It is a +1 status bonus to AC against creatures of the chosen alignment. Yes, I understand. Not every creature is evil, but trust me, outside of Inspire Defense, another Bard spell, there is no other way to get a status bonus to your AC. And randomly, you get a +3 against effects that directly control your target. So those dominates and suggestions that are such a pain in the ass, you also get an increased bonus against this. But this spell is the only long duration defensive AC buff spell in the game. And it is Divine and Occult. And we know we're not going Divine, so that means we got to go to Occult. So between Heroism, Circle of Protection, Haste, Slow, Fear, Magic Missile, Synesthesia, which is only Occult, I got to give the nod to Occult. So, anyways. And Lollipop Candy. Level 4 scrolls, I mean, that's like lollipop candy at that level. Occult doesn't have heal, doesn't need heal. It has soothe. Look at that. 1d10 plus 4. You're healing 9.5 points of healing. Whereas you're healing 12.5 with the heal. Soothe is good enough. Trust me. Most of the time in the heal, you don't even need it. Now, look, is heal better than soothe? Yes. But I'm not going to try to argue that it doesn't. I'm just saying it's also pretty freaking good. That's all. Anyways. All right, so level 9. What do we got here? Well, quite frankly, kind of shitty. I mean, if you look at level 8, well, obviously level 8 had a lot more spells, but, level 8 had a very solid A, B, and C tier with a couple of Ds and Fs. 7, again, solid amount of A's, B's, and C's, and D's. Boy, level 9, we got a lot of D's. Not a good distribution. Almost 1A. And the spells that we do have are arguably too good. They crowd out other spells. They just kind of make other spell effects or other buffs just not useful because they're just so damn strong. They're just so damn powerful. I'm not... Obviously, if you're playing as a power gamer, like, even the A spell is a cult. Exactly. Spells like this do crowd out other spells. And I get that, not everybody wants to play powerfully, but Pathfinder 2, then if you don't want to, like, play for the game, like, Pathfinder 2 is the wrong game to play. Like, Pathfinder 2 is about the math, Evan, what's going on, buddy? Glad to see that you made it. Yeah, we're going a little bit later today because we're just kind of bullshitting and talking. And I'm on vacation next week. I was supposed to go to Gen Con, but instead I'm going to Vegas. That's pretty even to me. But, Gen Con talked to me, 5, 8, 10 years ago. I would never have gone to Vegas over Gen Con. But new Gen Con with so many people. And so many of them are just not gamers. It's a very different feel. It feels more like... I've never been to PAX, but from what I've seen, or San Diego Comic-Con, but from videos and stuff that I've seen, it looks a lot more like that than what I would traditionally say as Gen Con. It's definitely a skewed bell curve here, level 8. We're skewed. Ideally for me, the bell curve would sit at like B, right? And most of the because C spells work, but they're not particularly exciting or fun. These are limited resources. You want these to be fun spells. And so to me, I'd love to see the spells mostly at B with some A's and C's. You're going to, nothing's going to everything match up. Very few S's, ideally none. And very few D's, ideally none, and then nothing at F and nothing at S plus and S plus, for sure. So the only A or higher tier spell not on the occult list is Power Word Kill. Right, exactly. SC Voldo says, it seems like a lot of the lower rated spells would only require some tweaks to be playable, which means you just need a flexible GM. Yes, and I think people, I mean, maybe that's us, here at Knights of Last Call, but I think the idea is that could somebody come in and tweak these spells? Yeah, I mean, I think you would want to tweak the Fs and the Ds, but I think Nin is right too. I think you would also want to tweak the S pluses. I don't think they're good for the game either. Also, by the way, the problem with heroism is, ultimately, you want to know what the real problem with heroism is? In this game, if you want to do anything, you have to hit. Okay? So, numbers and bonuses to attack are everything. It's the only thing. Nothing else matters. There's no partial hits. There's no glancing blows. So if you want to be effective, if you want to enforce your player agency upon the world, you have to attack, or you have to hit, or you have to succeed at the skill check. And that means heroism targets everything. And it's boring. It's boring. It's heroism. What does it do? It's just a bonus. It's just a numerical bonus. Like, yes, I get that the game effect of a +3 bonus is huge, but it's boring. It doesn't, it's so cold and mathematical. It's not flavorful or fun or exciting. It's math. It's just boring. It just taking advantage of the fact that the math is so tight. So it's just, that's the disappointing part, is that because they made the math so tight, a lot of our highest tier spells are just sort of spells that basically tweak math. And that's just not fun. That's not interactive. It's just math. Yeah. Don Pokey. Exactly. It's not a fun interact. Like, for example, we said it before. I think we gave haste a C. And I think that was the right call. But at least haste, and haste has a lot of limitations and problems, whatever. But at least haste feels cool. It feels different. It feels like you're doing more. It feels like you're hasted. It feels like it's exciting to be hasted. And you're, I have 3 actions. Now you could take 4 actions. Wow, that's cool. That feels cool. That feels different. The game plays differently for me. Heroism doesn't let you do anything different. It just lets you achieve success where you otherwise would achieve failure. And even then, it's just a bonus to a number. It's just not exciting. Damien, super chat, $2. Thank you so much. Is right. The best actions, the best spells in the game, just tweak math or action economy. Slow, synesthesia, haste 7, the one that multi-targets. Frighten, fear. All the spells that are really, really busted. Roaring applause. They just fuck with the action economy, or give a big bonus to attack, a big bonus to you, or a big penalty to the enemy in terms of numerics. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Heroism just doesn't really feel heroic. And as much as I like the spell, yeah. I saw something here good. Ayla, the fact that there's so many of these lower tier spells at this level is just sad. It really shows how scared to death of Magic Paizo is in 2nd edition. I've fixed spells in my game already, and I'd likely fix these too. Yeah, I mean, look, the beautiful thing, one of the reasons why we play TTRPGs is because you're not logging on to the Blizzard server. You're not logging on to the Square Enix server. It's just you and your group, you and your friends, you and your online party, or maybe you're a tyrant GM. But either way, you get to change the game for better or for worse the way that you want to have the game work. And if that means reining in the power of some spells or buffing this power spell, they can't stop it. And this, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else, is one of the big fundamental problems. I understand it maybe is unavoidable. VTTs and online play and reliance on VTTs and online play and reliance on things like Path Builder and Wanderer's Builder Guide and Nexus make it hard to house rule. It makes it hard to homebrew. I bet you there are a lot of people out there today who are playing either online using a VTT, or they are playing at their tables, but they are using, some sort of
Benefit
virtual
$10,
book.
almost over the mountain. But what's on the other side? Another mountain.
Ben, thank you for the $10 tip. You have no idea. That just gave me flashbacks to hiking the Appalachian Trail, where they call them PUDs, P-U-Ds, PUDs, pointless ups and downs. When you're hiking the AT, you'll just like go up a mountain and you're like, oh, what am I going to get to? Am I going to get to the top? And you're like, nope, there's nothing at the top. There's not even a view. You just go back down again so that you can go back up again, so that you can go back down again. PUDs for life. Ben, I don't know. I have not allowed myself to think about what Thursdays are going to become once the all spells ranked is done. I know there's some people who want me to do something. We may do focus spells, but it won't be this year. Okay. There's so many focus spells, and they're very limited by class, and you shouldn't be picking a class based on focus spells anyways. But I don't know what we're going to do, Ben, but I want it to be something exciting. I want it to be fun. Definitely want to... Stream is canceled. Too many Northern Reaches games. So anyways, point is, when people rely on virtual tabletops, or they rely on digital character aids, there are probably people who are sitting around going, oh man, that feat doesn't work, or this spell is not really exciting. Oh, we could change it. And then someone goes, yeah, but I don't know JavaScript, and I need my character sheet and my token to be right. And it's got to work in Foundry, and I don't want to have to remember. I just like clicking the macro that does the thing for me. And then people go, yeah, you're probably right. Let's just use what they gave us. And, that's kind of like being a part of Blizzard or Square Enix, where you're not playing a TTRPG anymore. You're just playing a video game that you're downloading and playing locally and being forced to play by their rules. Let me get this straight. Self-confessed cynic, $2 super chat, thank you, is super chatting on behalf of someone else. How would you rate the aid action if it were a spell? Interesting. Well, the problem with it is that it stacks with pretty much everything. There's very few things that are circumstance bonus. It uses an action. It's one action, and it's a reaction. It scales. I'm gonna assume that the slot is the issue. Because it's limited. I mean, aid is unlimited. I personally think aid is busted. Personally, okay. I don't want to upset anybody here. I think Pathfinder 2 is a good system, and I think that it's fun that you're playing it. Cantrip. Okay, great. Cantrip, and it's like +1, and then it's like, if you're watching Quest for the Frozen Flame, I got rid of the check for aid, because I think it's stupid anyways. And I just made it, +1, +2, +3, +4. And it's just an act. There's no check. If you spend an action on your turn preparing, then you gain the access to the aid reaction. And during the course of your next turn, if somebody does something that you could reasonably help out with, you could use the aid reaction to grant them a +1, +2, +3, +4 circumstance bonus to that action, depending on whether you were trained, expert, master, or legendary in the skill or attack or spell or whatever that you're using to aid them. So it's a cantrip. One action plus a reaction. I would say C at +1, B, A at +2, S plus something at +3, and then like S plus at +4. I don't want to break anybody's heart feelings here, but in Pathfinder 2, you should just be aiding all the time. Once you're like above level 10 or what. Once people have masters, and certainly once they have legendary. It's not a 3-action economy game. There's no prize for second place in Pathfinder 2. You don't get anything for missing. So you want to hit. And if you're going to hit, you just stack heroism and aid, and that's it. Boom. And that's it. That's how we do it. 8 is maybe too good at high level, but is it to encourage team play, which might be good? Not sure how I feel about it. Plus, I felt only high level games. Plus, I should add, I've talked about this before. I don't even understand why 8 has a check. It's stupid, and it should just get rid of it. Period. But, yeah, 8 has always been a high level because at high level, you know, you have access to like AoE haste or boots of speed or weapons of speed. People tend to have 4 actions anyway, so you know you can move and then you can attack twice, or you could use 2 actions to do like a big attack, or you can use 2 actions to cast a spell, moving with your haste, and then you have a 4th action. You're not going to attack again, especially against something that's higher level than you. You're definitely not going to hit with the -5. You're definitely not going to hit with the -10, and so you aid. And because of the way critical hits work and because of the way critical specialization works, critting is not just double as good as hitting. It's like, it could be triply as good as hitting because your weapons have critical effects. Your weapon has your weapon runes have critical effect on them when you crit. Your weapon itself has its critical specialization effect when you critically hit. So critically hitting isn't just about doing double damage. It's about doing double damage plus additional effects plus additional magical effects. It's absurdly ridiculous. You have every incentive in this game to just make one attack at the highest possible attack roll possible. And if that means that someone else gives up aid and someone else is casting Inspire Courage and someone else is casting Heroism, so be it. And then you just do that, and if you just hit once around and it's a crit, and then once the person's crit and they're prone, and then it's just nonsense until the end of time. That's it. So, long story short, I don't know what to tell you. Like, 3-action economy kinda doesn't matter, kinda, sorta. A crit with a crushing and fearsome weapon is truly terrible to hold. Blueberry Detective, our 20th level game that just ended. My flick maces were greater fearsome. The inventor's maul was crushing, greater crushing, or whatever it is. I had a flick mace, prones on a trip. He had crushing, he had a maul, prone on a trip. It was ridiculous. It was just ridiculous. It was just ridiculous. And on top of all of this, I should add to, while we're talking, this is a spell stream. If I've proven nothing else, this only makes True Target and True Strike even better. Because now you're getting that aid bonus because you put all that, you aid them, that's a +4 bonus. Someone casts Heroism or Inspire Courage, that's like a +3 bonus. And yeah, Heroism lasts for 10 minutes, but now you're they could still roll low. I mean, that is, you could still roll low. That is part of the game. But not with True Strike, not with True Target. Now they get 2 chances to roll with +3 from Heroism, with a +4 from Aid. So you're getting that +7 bonus on 2 D20 rolls and getting to pick the highest one. And if the opponent is already flat-footed due to flanking or being prone, if the opponent is already status penaltied because they were frightened or sickened or something like that, you know, or clumsied because of synesthesia, you're just like, you're gonna kind of auto crit. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, William Brandis was our GM. Aaron William Brandis equals Smith, by the way, from the channel. He was our GM, and yeah, I mean, between me and Kaz, we're just literally knocking gods prone. I mean, it's fine. You know, is Trip too strong? Yes. Is automatic Trip on a strike too strong? Quadruple yes. Like, I think Trip is just too strong. Period. The way it interacts with the attack of opportunity is just busted. It's just silly. It's just stupid. Yeah, True Strike, True Target, or 1 action, ridiculous. Just ridiculous. I actually think Swashbuckler's 1 for All is so OP at higher level. I don't know that. Is it a feat? I don't know that one. What's it called? 1 for All. Nothing came up. Why didn't it come up? Oh, there we go. 1 action. Okay. Actually, you know what? Someone had this. Explain to me something. One for all is aid plus you gain panache. Okay, got it. Got it. Yeah, but my thing is, you don't need this in order to aid somebody with diplomacy. In my belief, nothing in the game rules suggests to me that I couldn't do this anyways. I will say though, it is fun. Yeah, sure. I mean, I was going to do a video about this and or maybe just not talk about this. But after playing Pathfinder 2 at higher level with my team of Bob and Tim and Kaz and George, I think high level is busted, like in Pathfinder 2. So I just think it is. So I think I think the game is still meticulously well balanced, but I think that a combination of, if you are using things like aid and buff spells, and you are taking flails and hammers, I think if you're casting True Target, if you're casting True Strike, if you have access to these powers and abilities, and there's a couple other ones scattered throughout the game, I think it's very reasonable that you can add 7 points of armor, 7 points of attack to your attack, and you can take away 4 to 5 points of defense from the enemy. That is a 12-point differential, and in this game, that equates to, you know, basically auto success. And yes, you do have to work together, and yes, you have to plan it up. Maybe that's inevitable, right? With these games, you figure out an optimal strategy and then you do it. Is that the optimal strategy for Pathfinder 2? I gotta say, I believe it is. I mean, obviously it's a TTRPG, right? It's not a video game, so you know there's always a million weird things that can happen and stuff like that. But it feels like it to me. Would fixing aid and these high-level spells fix high-level play? I mean, you could, but what are we doing at that point? Are we trying to make it so that, like, you always just need a 10 to hit? Like, that also has its own problems, you know? One of the things that aid at least does is, in theory, players have to figure that out. The rule book doesn't tell you that aid is a great way to gain a high-level bonus. You kind of have to figure it out through play, and then you do figure it out, and you go, oh, well, look, when we work together, when I cast a buff on you, and then that person aids you, and then I got a +8 to hit, and then I use my action to power attack with my flail or my maul, and then I crit, and I do a ton of damage, and they're prone, and they're frightened too because of my greater fear rune. Now they're at -4 penalty to their AC. Then the next person goes, then I aid the next person, who then attacks the prone person, who now has now they have a +7 or 10 bonus to attack them. Then they definitely crit. Like, part of that's maybe the fun of playing the game. So I do believe full stop, like, auto prone on the crit spec of flails and hammers is busted. So that is something ridiculous. So, you know, again, Blueberry Detective, 100%. That's the problem. It's fun. Oh, we did a thing, and the guy, and he's down, and we do it. Rinse, repeat. Rinse, repeat. I'm going to say something here. It's late. It's 10:40. We've been going for a long time here, but we've been talking about other things. And I'm going to say that taking 20, maybe like a year or 2 years ago, got a lot of flack because he said he's going to quit Pathfinder 2 because he found that his examples were bad. His examples were bad. But he basically said his players were doing these rotations. I don't like to use the term rotation, but I will say this. There are things in Pathfinder 2 that are just way better than other things. And the game is so mathematically balanced that you ignore them only at your peril. Only at your peril. If you are a fighter and you've spent the money to take 2 weapons, you are going to use double slice a lot. And that takes up 2 of your 3 actions. And yeah, Steven, 100%. The video was totally clickbait, like hyperbole. It was way overdone. Exactly. Don Pokey, Steven, they are getting the core of this right. And this is the part that will get ignored, that people won't pay attention to. His examples were bad, and they were actually bad examples. But he didn't understand that what his experience was because of this other fundamental issue, which is that because Pathfinder 2 is a game that asks for you to be this good, that it means that there are certain abilities and feats and strategies that just always become the optimal strategy. And yes, you could choose a suboptimal option, but there are very rarely options. It's not like, oh, this feat is bad sometimes, but good other times. It's usually just kind of like, this feat is just good all the time, and this feat's just kind of bad all the time. Right. You start at level 1 with double slice. And once you gain access to double slice, you're not playing a 3-action economy game anymore. You're basically playing a 2. If you look at Breck, Tim, he's a dual. He's got his 2 axes. I want to say that unless he needed to move and then sudden charge, which we are using big maps, far bigger than anything that anybody would ever normally use in Pathfinder 2. If you look at he uses double slice like 95% of the time. Super chat coming in from the Australian legend, self-confessed cynic. $10. Thank you very much, sir. I think OP strats are inevitable in TTRPGs through the concept, though the concept of a rotation is reductive. I firmly believe the core of this problem is a limitation of the medium, including inertia against patches. 100%. 4th edition patched monthly. They might have even called them patches at some point, but people really hated that. They assumed that people were using online character builders, and they would update it monthly, and people hated it. They hated it. And to this day, 4th edition, I think, doesn't get a lot of replay, even for people who might be interested or curious about it, because they hear that the rule books are essentially useless, right? The ones right above me here, because there's like the final PDF document, because the edition is closed, is something like 600 pages long or something insane. There were things that got patched multiple times. So it's a real problem. Yes, he has a hatchet with an axe familiar. Yes, that's true. So yeah, I mean, yes, this is very true for nearly every TTRPG. I agree. I didn't make that video, and I probably won't make that video because it is for sponsorships and it's for views. 100%. Yeah, exactly, SC Voldo. 4th edition would change entire paths on the monthly. SC Voldo was a player of mine in my 4th edition campaign, and his entire class got rewritten twice. It's like, that's a lot to swallow. That's a lot to swallow. I agree that good players will always find the optimal strategy for their group, and they will exploit it over and over. The economy of the game of that is super organic, but having fixed rules that must last years and years makes it inevitable. And you might be right. I think Nin makes an interesting point, which is at least Pathfinder 2, to the most part. It makes it somewhat interesting because before you could do that all self-contained. You could just make yourself optimal. And you essentially didn't need a party. We talked tonight about how great the bard is. Well, maybe you don't have a bard. And maybe you're a fighter, and maybe someone else is the bard. And having to have that reliance upon other character classes, and even if it means that it's just them aiding you, I think is really cool. So, I mean, that's the reason why, again, people like, oh, Derek hates Pathfinder 2. No, I don't. I just don't think it's the second coming of Christ that some people seem to think it is. Is it a good version of the D20 game with a very mechanically in-depth character build system with a tactical combat system that is fairly robust built on top of it, yes. And if those things are appealing to you, it is definitely the game that you should be playing. But it's not like, it's not RPG Jesus. I do think that some of the things that it got right were the focus and the emphasis on teamwork. I'm not so certain about the monsters. I think that a lot of those things, I could go off on a whole separate topic about this, but long story short, what he said. I know, 4E fanboy Derek. But games need to be runnable. They need to be playable. Like, I love style and I love substance, right? But, you know, it's like this watch, right? Okay? It's like when you have one of those watches, but it doesn't have minute or hour hands on it. And you're like, what is the point of this watch? You're like, well, it's a fashion piece. It's the aesthetic. Okay, yeah, but it needs to be useful as a watch. Like, if it's going to be a watch and I'm going to be using it, it needs to have clearly delineated numbers and it has to have clearly delineated hands so I can tell what time it is. There's a lot of times in these games where it's more art than substance, and that I dislike. So, anyways. London says, a lot of this depends on the goals of your play. Too far deviant, and yeah, maybe you should play a different system, but close-ish. Maybe you run your Vinfinder second edition where they're... Yeah, no. Listen, I'm simply conflating the Venn diagram here of two problems, which is that on one hand, you have Pathfinder 2, which is a very complex game, and maybe it has some issues. Like, maybe some of the spells suck. Maybe some of the spells are too good. Maybe there are certain combinations of abilities and stuff like that that shouldn't exist. You could fix them. Okay. Second problem is a lot of people are playing Pathfinder 2 on virtual tabletops like Foundry, or they are using virtual character sheets at their table or on their virtual character tabletop, which makes it very hard for you to make changes to the rules. And ironically, people are playing more on virtual tabletops. I've heard people say, I prefer running Pathfinder 2 on Foundry because it handles so much of the math for me. So now you're double priced in, which means it's even more unlikely that you are going to sit there and change things up and tweak things and play around with things. And that to me is a big part of the reason why I really like TTRPGs, is you get to make them your own. So yeah. Boss design when? I again, we might need to do a Saturday. RPGs definitely needs boss monsters as part of their design. This is exactly why I hate the iPhone. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be a Luddite, but there are downsides to technology. You know, we become overly reliant upon it, and then we instead of having to accept, we have to accept what they give us. We can't just go get what we want, right? And that could be a problem, for sure. The Venn diagram, I love it. Hey, it's a super chat from our new friend Evan. In my experience, most players will never discover a meta or OP rotation strategy, either on their own or either through streaking them out. You know what, Evan? That I think is a very valid point, and I think that's a good point. That we should take a step back, and I should myself consider. I am surrounded by players who think about this game constantly. I am part of a community of players who are constantly looking at game systems, who are examining game systems, who are going deep on game systems. I've spent over 80 hours talking about Pathfinder 2 spells alone. That is not most people. That's not even most people's interest. So you have people who might be interested to do that, but they'll never do it because they just don't have the time or the inclination. And then there are people who just never would do that anyways. That is a good point. So I think you are well said there, sir. I think you are very well said there. Which is, these aren't necessarily problems. They could be, but for most people, I don't think they are. So, well said. I agree with you. Yeah, Evan is probably correct. I play with power gamers. Yeah. Now, that being said, Steven is correct, which is Pathfinder 2 does expect a certain level of character choices that are correct. Otherwise, you will be punished pretty heavily by the game. I don't think my players have ever used aid and they're level 17. My God. I'm curious, Shadram. What are they doing? I mean, are they hasted? What are they doing with their fourth? What are they doing with all 4 actions? That seems like a lot of stuff to do. Nin, I know, Nin, I don't bet. I'm sorry if you're a member of the Patreon. I don't know if you've been to a lot of our streams, Nin, but I don't recognize the name. But you might have been here lurking or something. But Smith and I have talked about this at length. We've definitely talked about this on our podcast. If you haven't checked out our podcast, by the way, if you want to hear this times 20, you should go check us out. We're on Spotify, Apple, Google, Knights of Last Call Podcast Network. Our podcast is called The Nightlife. The Late Night Show. It's called The Late Night Show.
Entropy tip $10. Thanks for the longest 4 hours stream.
Oh yeah, Total Entropy. We love to do it. You know, I didn't mean for this to be good, but you guys are being good. You know, you're tipping well, you're donating, but you're also bringing up good questions. You're asking good questions. You're bringing up good responses. And so it's fun for me. You know, I'm not beat. Also, I've been working on a lot of stuff for work the last like 6 weeks. Just really trying to get basically all my Q2 stuff finished up, which should have been finished up at the end of June and basically took me into July to finish. And it was putting me under a lot of pressure and stress. So I'm happy that all that stuff is done now. So okay, sorry, Nin. You know, Nin, I gotta do at least once a month, Nin. I'm gonna try to hold myself to this. I want to do at least like once a month. I want to do like a noon US time, noon for me stream, which would only be like, 6 or 7 p.m. for you folks over in Europe. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Because we got good participation the last time we did that. Don Pokey, that's a really good point. The discussed meta here is simply aiding a couple times per fight and then casting some of the most iconic spells in the game, like Slow and Heroism. Yeah, so that is very true. I play with hardcore strategy gamers, so the whole OP rotation thing manifested very rapidly, yes. I don't know. I play with low commitment players, and they still found these pretty quickly when we swapped to PF2E. As Rune Lord showed, the only mistake you can really make is not having a healer. Agreed. I should note, Rune Lords, we used my stamina rules, which is pretty fine. So many people complain about things with these games that 99% of players would never do. PF2's biggest problem is Paizo listen way too much to that 0.01%. True. One player I had went from, I never played a TTRPG before, to, oops, I broke Rogue.
Darth Galop tip $10
as a
thanks for going extra long tonight just to shit on PF2E.
I'm not shitting on it, Darth. I think the game is great. I've said this a million times. I'll say it again. The game gets an A or an A- for its design. I believe its design is beautiful. It's one of the best designed, the framework of the game. The ideas of the game, I think, are beautiful. A-. One of the best, if not probably the best D20 framework. How they chose to implement it, how they chose to be influenced, the way that they balanced certain things, the way that certain feats and spells made their way into the game system, that is subpar. That's like a C-. And so I feel like the game has a ton of potential. And my hope was that they were going to fix that through modular systemic expansion through books. That they were going to change, they were going to use the framework that they had built, but choose different ways to implement it in some of these books that have come out. And they didn't. They haven't. They've kind of just doubled and tripled and quadrupled down on it. And that has been very disappointing to me. And when I look at the third-party space, they're just doubling and tripling down too. Because the audience, the generic Pathfinder 2 audience, and that's definitely not you all, maybe you are, but they don't want a better game. They want more cute ancestries. They want more weird ancestries. They want more strange off-the-wall classes, because the 21 that exist in the game, along with, I don't know, 40 or 50 archetypes, that's not enough for them. Never mind the fact that they've only played 2 of the 21 classes. They need a 25th class. They need a 26th class. Players are just interested in vertical growth. They have what they have, and they want more and more of the stuff, right? They don't want to take a step back and look at the game. And why should they? Again, I'm not trying to be preachy here, but if you're a member of our Discord, if you're a member of our Patreon, you know that I study role-playing games. I've read a lot of them. I am being introduced to them all the time. And I have a sense of perspective. Many people in my community do as well. And when you have a sense of perspective, you look at these games, you say, oh, we could do that better. I think a lot of the people who are designing for Pathfinder 2 do not have a lot of perspective. I have been surprised, shocked even, to learn how unexposed so many core critical designers are in the RPG space that aren't playing Powered by the Apocalypse or Blades in the Dark or Call of Cthulhu or other, basic role-playing game systems, or Legend of the Five Rings or Fate, or, they haven't played them. They just haven't played them. They've played D20 over and over and over again. And I think that limits you. So, I mean, I wouldn't be talking about Pathfinder 2 if I thought it was a hopeless, shitty game. Full stop. There are games that I don't like because I don't think they're good. I don't talk about them. There are games that I think are great, but they don't interest me, so I don't talk about them. I talk about games like Pathfinder 2 because I think the idea of it is so interesting. I just think that it was implemented. Too many hands were in the pot, too many cooks in the kitchen, and they tried to please everyone, and that led to some questionable implementation choices. That's so. Self-confessed cynic with a super chat: to get and retain the best passionate people takes money. That is true. That is true. And what's sad about that is so many of these people are passionate. That's why they do it for so little money, and why the industry has been able to take advantage of them for so long, because they basically know that these people are going to do it for free. Numenera, I thought someone mentioned Numenera, but Strat, I know that Worlds Without Number does the same thing. To be clear, kind of in a way goes back to OD&D. The original Little Brown Booklets. There were only 3 classes. There was no thief. There was just fighter, cleric, and wizard, or magic user. Now, I personally don't think you need the cleric anymore. I think the cleric is a vestige of all sorts of crazy wonkiness and doesn't need to be part of the game anymore. Again, I think having a warrior in Pathfinder 2 terms, you should have a core chassis, and there should be one core chassis that starts at expert weapon proficiency and goes to legendary. And then there should be another core chassis which starts at trained and goes to master. And then there should be another core chassis that starts at a new untrained, which is just 0 plus your level, and they go to expert and weapon proficiency. And you can kind of define everything else on top of those chassis. And then you can plug and play different modules into those chassis in order to get additional features and effects tied into those chassis. And maybe there's like an increased cost. So if you have a high attack bonus, to add a spellcasting module to that high attack bonus chassis is either prohibitively expensive or possibly impossible. But either way, it's easier in game terms to slot it into the low weapon proficiency. I don't know exactly how that works out, but you get the gist of it. And I just think that makes the most sense. Another $10 super chat from Scratch Paper Games. Most tabletop game runners don't suffer for the game, but it's the only way to achieve the highest quality experience. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, they don't. And I do think that I think you need to read games. I think you need to experience games. You need to play games that you don't like. you need to play games that you might not be interested in, because otherwise you're in an echo chamber. Otherwise you are just hearing the same things over and over and over again. You need to go play a game, and you need to go get experience so that you can learn more about yourself, about the industry, about game mechanics. You know, I mean, listen, suffering for the game doesn't always have to necessarily mean prep. Suffering for the game can also mean theme and tone. It could be the way that the mechanics work. Anthony, I don't know, but the chat's being awesome, and they are very, very awesome. I think the first game I ever ran was Eclipse Phase. Yikes. But anyway, so thank you very much, Scratch Paper Game. I agree with you. I do think that I think personally that you do need to put a little work into this hobby in order to get the most out of it. So, I'm trying to see if I missed any chance here. I'm sorry if I missed anything. I do love me some Blades. Blades is great. Love to play it. I'd love to run some Blades for the Patreon as like a benefit for the heroes or something one of these days. I think a lot of people should benefit from playing it. You effing despise the idea of a 3-class game. Yeah, well, you're a munchkiny power gaming son of a bitch, so I don't know what you want. I actually 100% hate the 3-class idea, but you can respect your arguments. I feel like having true classes does resonate with what you can play. I would go read Shadow of the Demon Lord by Robert Schwalb if you want to see a really cool way to do the game. So that's what I would go look at. Go look at Shadow of the Demon Lord. So SC Voldo has been a player of mine for many, many, many years. So he is correct when he says this. That
Shadram tip $10.
Hey!
Thanks for entertaining me all afternoon, rather than just the lunchtime I was expecting.
No problem, Shadram. Well, thank you for the $10. It's very generous of you. Love to keep you going, and you know, happy to see that you're happy, and happy to be here for you, buddy. Thank you for the tip. That's very nice of you. Yeah, too many high prep bosses, and then they're dead in the second round, and after a while you go, it's not worth it. Yeah, Schwalb has some really cool ideas. Again, if you want to see a good way to do it, just because there's 3 classes doesn't necessarily, you got to think it's not 3 classes. It's 3 chassis, and then you are adding things on top of them. To be clear, 100% clear, I think level 1 characters in Pathfinder 2, in 4th edition D&D, in 5th edition D&D, they're all horribly boring. Horribly boring. I think in Pathfinder 2, you just start at 5th level. No, like at level 1, I think everyone at level 1 should have at least 2 levels of their highest tier spells. Right? Like, I think like the core game experience starts when you have at least 3 or 4 level 1 spells and 3 or 4 whatever level 2 spells, and you have 8 spells. The idea that you start at level 1 with 2 spells is horrible. It's horrible. The idea that you get 1 feat, double slide, like if you're a caster, you get 2 spells and 0 feats. It's horrible. It's horrible. Like, make a different version of the game, or like something if you really want to like make it newbie friendly. But the fact is, like, for 99% of the people out there playing, this isn't their first RPG, and after the first time they play through the game, it's not going to be their first time through the fucking game. I think these games are hopelessly dumbed down for low level, and I can't stand it. So that's why. And then some people go, "Oh, we want to go free archetype," and it's like, okay, well, that doesn't even start to level 2. So I was like, let me do something, you know? I agree. 3 classes doesn't actually restrict your options. I reckon you have classes or you go classless. Get out of here with your minimalist class nonsense. Yeah, classless is fine as well too. I only tip my hat to the chassis, because people tend to like this idea of, I want to know what role I am. which is important to a lot of people. So, but I think classless systems are also fine as well, Vin. So. Derek, thank you for these streams. It's the first one I've caught live. Yay. I can't remember which one. There we go. All right, there we go. First one I've caught live, but I've watched every single spell ranking VOD, and I appreciate the holistic perspective on how spells stack up in the system. I also agree that free archetype doesn't really start to level 4, really, and even then it's pathetic and it's delayed, and I think you should just really... I would rebuild everything about free archetype. I would take the concept of free archetype and actually make that the game, but that's long story short. I mean, case in point, Breck. We know bards are cool. We thought that in Quest for the Frozen Flame, where we really wanted to stay away from arcane casting because the superstitions around magic and witches, but these people had a very strong oral tradition and of song and tales and story. Bard felt like such a cool way to bring in some of the magic of Pathfinder 2, but do it in a way that felt right for the Kellid people, for the Broken Tusk following, for the realm of the Mammoth Lords. And so Tim made a fighter with a high charisma and built it into his character, that his character came from this background of diplomats and negotiators. That's what his family is doing. And he's a skilled warrior, and he has the Bard free archetype. And he got 2 cantrips, which are basically useless. And he won't even get something like Inspire Courage till level 8, and our game ends at level 10. It's needlessly and punitively punishing. Free archetype is just really just an excuse for power gamers to dibble and dop and just find ways to make their characters more powerful. There are some free archetypes that are just absurdly broken and absurdly powerful. Champion, they get the reaction at 6, they get the full plate at 2, Beastmaster, and then other ones are just so bad. So anyways, right, Blueberry, I appreciate, like, I like classless design, but I do appreciate what class brings to a game, right? It does bring structure to a game. So the Bard archetype is so saddening. Alchemist is damn strong as free archetype. Steven, I wouldn't know. The only free archetype Alchemist I experienced was Azius Strongforge, played by Bob Bumgarner, and it was horrible. So yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Inspire Courage at 8th level and the archetype sucks. Hey, I got another super chat. So how about home brewing with Derek for Thursdays? I don't know, maybe. To be honest with you, Blueberry Detective, I would like to talk about other games as well. I'd love to figure out a way to get into that. Blueberry, good to see you. Thank you very much for that super chat. But if work stays calmed as it is, it's possible that we might do 3 streams a week. I don't know. We'll see. If people keep tipping like this, I'll stream every day. Fighter Alchemist could work well, but to be fair, Fighter anything could work well. Awesome. Thanks. Thank you, Blueberry Detective. That's a cool idea. I love talking about game design, but there's sometimes you don't need to design a game. Sometimes you can just go play a different one too. It's pretty sweet. Pathfinder 2, again, you need to answer the 3 questions. What is this game trying to do? How does this game achieve that? And how does the game reward you when you achieve that? And if you can't answer those questions, the game is going to feel pointless and silly and stupid. So, you gotta figure out a way. What made people go crazy with tips in the stream specifically? I don't know, Anthony, but I love it and it's great. We went for a long time. I think a lot of this is just people appreciating the fact that we've been doing this for, 6 months now, 25 live streams, over 75 hours and stuff like that. So, I think it was more of just like people saying, hey, this was cool. Thank you. Appreciate being part of this and being part of the conversation. So I really liked your video on the 10 things in Dungeon World that can apply to all RPGs. Would be nice to see what other systems can offer too. Yeah, I agree, Shadrim. I think that's a really cool concept. And, you know, unfortunately, if I make a video that even thinks about 5th edition or has anything resembling a 5th edition logo or a D&D icon in it, that video does, you know, 8,000 views. If I do a video about Pathfinder 2, very mechanical, fighting, combat, then it gets like 4,000 views. If I make a generic video about Pathfinder 2, it gets like 2,000 views. And then if I make a video about any game that isn't Pathfinder 2 or 5th edition, it gets like less than 1,000. And the dilemma that we have on this channel is, you know, we what we want to find are people like you all. People who are active, engaged, people who are willing to tip and support and join our Patreon. And because you're passionate about games the way that we are passionate about games, because you want to join this community. And, you know, a single patron is worth thousands and thousands of YouTube views. And those patrons return month after month after month. So we have to strike a balance. We have to find our audience, find our people. They are out there in internet land, and videos and live streams are the way we find them and try to make them part of our community. And so really the strategy is, how do we make videos that do that? I can't be too niche because then we don't get enough exposure. If I'm too niche, it might find the right people, but we're just exposed to so little people. The YouTube algorithm will only show us to maybe a couple hundred people. If I make a Pathfinder 2 video or something, I don't know, 5e related or whatever, then the YouTube algorithm will show us to tens of thousands of people. And yeah, maybe those aren't as much of our people, but it's a much wider net. So there's a game there, right? There's a car op, there's a rotation that we need to figure out, right? You know, that's it. So, let's see here. Speaking of classless, the problem is sometimes it's overly complicated for people coming games with class, i.e. Mutants and Masterminds 3rd edition. Sure. Yeah. I could totally see that. You know, obviously I'm a big Mutants and Masterminds fan, and you're like, but wait, what can I do? Anything you want? What do you mean anything I want? Show me what I can do. But I would add that Mutants and Masterminds 3rd edition did a poor job with this, but Mutants and Masterminds 2nd edition had like character templates, which weren't really classes because you could just pick whatever you want, but they were sort of like, here's the Superman clone, and here is the Energy Blaster clone, and here is the Mr. Fantastic clone, and here is the Beast Boy shapeshifter metamorph form, and kind of gave you a template to work off of, so that's fine. All spells ranked for Dungeon World win. You know, actually, you guys kid, I made a joke. I made not even a joke, but a serious thing to Aaron, to Smith. I said, if your dumb smash or pass video that you made gets thousands and thousands of views, I'm quitting. I'm closing the channel. I'm quitting it. If that dumb video gets more views than things that we actually talk about and care about, it's just the final nail in the coffin for me. Thankfully, it did not. So we are still here. How are you still streaming? Bob, he's making money. It's nighttime. Yeah, Bob, I'm in here getting more tips and super chats than I do when I play with your bum ass. How are you not running a Northern Reaches game? Awesome. All right, everybody. It is 11:15, and I think we are finally coming to a close here. I want to say thank you to everybody. We've managed to keep a very nice audience going here for the last ungodly amount of time. 4 hours, 20 minutes. So you guys are awesome, especially tonight. Very, very appreciative of that. And just want to say thanks a lot. I am out next week for our Thursday. I'm going to be here for Tuesday. No Quest for the Frozen Flame because we are kind of in vacation mode and the nights are all over the place. But I'm going to still be here, so I'm going to be able to do a stream. Not a stream, but yeah, I'm going to do a stream. But it's going to be, not going to be spells. It's going to be something, fun and random. Level 10 is going to be a little special, but we're going to have to wait because Thursday the 4th, I'm going to be in Las Vegas. So our final live spell stream is going to be August 11th. And I'm going to try to get something special going on. I'd love to get some guests from our Patreon, some of our heroes who may want to join and have a fun time with it. Because again, there's not that many spells. I think there's only like 15 or something level 10 spells. And yeah, that I'm talking the plan now. Self-confessed cynic. I don't know. I'd love to get, maybe 6 or 7 or 8. I don't know. See how many patrons we could get. Just basically anybody who wants to really join, we can get on there. We can just kind of talk about level 10, get through that, and then we're going to go over the whole spells. After tonight, we have our level 9 spells. I'm going to update the spreadsheet. It's going to be available to the patrons. It's going to be available to you at home as well. I'm going to include a link. Once I get it up, I'll include a link here, and I might even go back to my other streams and add it posthumously with all of our spells, with all of our rankings. And going into that, we'll take a look at it and we can discuss. We'll make the decision. Which is the best? Which is the second best tradition? Is it occult? Is it primal? We'll talk about some of the interesting things that we've learned along the way as we've looked at all of these spells. And, what are some of the pros of the Pathfinder 2 approach to magic and spells? What are some of the cons? What are some things that we've learned? What are some things that we are, excited about and want to try out, and things that we, have learned and been disappointed about? And how does the magic system affect the way that people are playing this game 3 years in? So, I think we're going to probably do, an hour or so, maybe an hour and a half to just get the 10 spells ranked. And then we'll probably spend an hour and a half, or maybe even 2 hours, just talking, having a sort of a free-for-all conversation. So, if we can get some heroes together from a Knights of Last Call Patreon who want to join in and have a fun time, maybe we can do that. So that'll be August 11th, pending any problems from our patrons. So. Yeah, and I think ultimately, London, I think that's the question. Did PF2 achieve its design goal for its magic system in Pathfinder 2? All right, everybody. This one's for all of you because you're all amazing.
Strong.
That one's for everybody for sticking with me for this long. 8-11 may work for Ben. Ooh, I'd love to get Ben on here. We need the sweet and sour. Clearly their goal is to have everyone play fighters, so mission accomplished. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Ayla. Alia. You're not wrong. All right, everybody. Real quick, it's a long list. So maybe not really quick, but reasonably quick. Real quick, let me just say thank you to Self-Confessed Cynic, Blueberry Detective, Shadram, Scratch Paper Games, Darth Gorlock, Total Entropy, Evan, Squid Lagalinos, Self-Confessed Cynic a bunch again, Ben A, Damien, aka Pawn No Longer, Steven, Reaper Grimm, Jason B, Self-Confessed Cynic again, Scratch Paper Games again. Thank you to everyone. Pillsbury. Thank you. Henry. Thank you. London. Thank you, Rick Sherman. Thank you, everyone who supported the stream tonight, who supported the channel tonight. You guys came out big. And I really appreciate each and every single one of you for staying with me tonight, staying part of this community. A lot of us have come here from Pathfinder 2, and we're going to continue to explore this very fun version of D20. But I think we're going to, look forward as we wrap this up to seeing what else is out there, not just in the Pathfinder 2 space, but in all these wonderful games behind you, either a new love or some other better way to make your Pathfinder 2 game as well. So, thank you, everyone, and I will see you next Tuesday on Knights of Last Call. Good night, everybody.